Peculiar. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? Did it 19? Oh. Not a big deal, but I forgot that I had my TV volume on. People were over, so I had to play Mario Kart for the first time in ages. Whew. I gotta stretch a little bit. Oh, God. Ah, God, man. Oh, man. I think when my... It's like, I do this thing. It used to be more of a unintentional, I didn't know I was doing it, and I didn't know how to make it better kind of thing. Where I essentially have to allocate, like, for the week, I allocate energy, you know, like, sort of, like, focuses in my brain. And I recognize where I need to be focused, you know, for the time I'm going forward. And I feel like this week, I'd assumed that Sunday was going to be a lot. So I was like, okay, you know, prep for it. And even with, you know, mental preparation, I feel like today was a lot more, there's a lot more mental energy than I was expecting to burn out, which kind of has me sitting here like, oh geez. But I'm feeling good now. I'm ready. But I also, just before stream, I did two things. One was I was like, I had to get all my stuff back in order. But the other thing, I sat and watched there is a newest death battle. It's funny, it's like, I've kind of fallen in and out of the show. The show kind of introduced me to a bunch of things that I watched as a teenager that I was like, oh, wow. Okay, this is formative. And a lot of it was formative, where it's like, oh, this is stuff that ended up forming, you know, deep memories kind of thing, you know? And it's funny because when I think about how long that show's been going, is that it basically started, what was it, like 15 years ago now? Which is perturbing to say the least. But it's one of those, like, you know, mid-2010, like, it's like 2010s type thing that arrived, and then it's like, oh, cool. And but I was, you know, I'm taking it to the game design section where I can talk about this in stream, is that it's interesting, both the nostalgia that some of these bring up, that, you know, these shows sort of bring up, where seeing something like this and remembering how it introduced me to stuff made me think, oh, I wonder if people got introduced to anime or video games because they saw the death battle first and said, oh, this is gas, I want to go see the rest of it, and then they go and explore. And it's interesting because I think the 2000s, I think especially 2010 forward, I feel like so many more people discover their games because they see a fun video. Hi, Interactum, hope you're doing well. Got first too, very good. But it's one of those things that as a developer, one of the things I've found is that when you're making a game, up until the game releases, you know, in 1.0, essentially, until that point, the game, like the process of making a game is basically all of your past getting condensed into how do I make this thing, and then it forms an object, and then it becomes an artifact. Also, I need to check the sound. Can I? Oh, it's in decimals, I see. Yeah, I think 70%, I'm like, I don't want it to be too loud, because I'm kind of, yeah, because I'm feeling like I'm like, oh. So I know my ears are a little bit, oof. Okay, we're good. But yeah, it was just one, but I was thinking about how our, kind of like our collective pasts end up creating our present and our future. So it's always interesting when I'm playing a game, I think especially when I'm playing indie games, where, because the more people you have on a project, the less individual identity you will see in a game's its final product, right? But when you have individuals, and individuals are mainstay pillars of a game, you will see a lot more of their identity in the art. To me, it feels a bit like how a building, because when you build a building, it's many people coming together to create a thing, and you can't, unless that person, the person who originally designed the building, has such a strong identity, you're not really going to be seeing the individual components as, oh, this is that guy. It's more like, okay, this is the work of, you know, the people. Got to the most recent tier list, and I was kind of surprised that Dragoon was as put as high as it was. Oh yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like some of it is also, I think some of it's lineage. I think once I played Legend of Dragoon, and then I realized, I think it was also time and lineage, where it's like, I know that's a big factor of it, was how much it how much it affected me in a way, but also that I can see its DNA rippling out towards other games and realizing how much of a historical piece Legend of Dragoon was. I think also to some extent because I think to some extent it is also I did have a lot of fun with it. I think the games, it's funny, I find that the games I interrogate the harshest, or even like I interrogate them to a rigorous standard, I feel like those games I actually end up really liking because I have to, I guess I would describe them as like, I have to grapple with them the most mentally, which means I put a lot of time into thinking about them, and it makes me think, okay, well why is this so affecting? And I know that game and Final Fantasy IX, it was that I recognized their greatness while also seeing that some of it was coming from how much of a higher standard I shoved them to. Because some games I am much nicer to, I will say that much. Like, I think indie developers, even though I will try to be like, oh, constructive criticism, talk about what works, what doesn't, in the same way I approach every game, some games I will push further because I'm like, okay, how much are you doing everything right? So I think that's something that's it's curious for me when I'm like, okay, how does this game feel? And how does it, and I think with like games like that, I think my S tier games are the ones where I have to, it's either they do such a fantastic job that I see no other recourse, or they do a great job, and then, but they're asking a harder question of me in certain places, and I appreciate what it's doing. Also, are my glasses dirty? Hang on. Oh yeah, they're dirty. Hang on. I gotta take the headphones off. Freaking glasses. I wish I had a glasses-less form, so I could just hit the toggle, so I can also have missed my glasses in... I feel like this fox without the glasses would look absolutely silly. I should draw that sometime. That'd be fun. Okay, but this is the Glitch Fairy. To the point, this is the game we're playing today, the Glitch Fairy. So, I saw my friend Emeraldo play this one. I've also followed the developers, and I'm very curious to what they did. You know, I've been, notably kept myself blind again. So I'm curious what we got. It does work with my controller. It actually shoves a pop-up saying, hey, this works best with controller, so we're gonna see how it does. So, yeah, let's get to it, shall we? I don't know if my eyes are tripping or if it's just like both my monitors are like screwing me up. I don't know. Okay, file 1. Let's see, normal mode. The intended way to play Glitch Fairy. Start with 4 hearts, lose 5 coins every time you get KO'd. Story mode, you start the game with 8 hearts, lose 1 coin every time you get KO'd. Switch mode in the world map menu at any time. I'll just do normal. Normal's good. Alright. Oh yeah, look at that. Runji's gonna get us. Oh, look at this. Blondie. She's too fast. This way. Anna's already in the cornfield. Wait for me. Okay, where are they going? Monie. There's no point running. The great Monie is going to get you. Okay. He can spam the move. I also read the comment about Shauna and had a bit of a chuckle when I did. Ah, I see. Yeah, I think the little birds take off when you get close. That's cute. That's a nice touch. I do like I like the use of foreground and background elements. Let's see how we go so far. The movement feels like the horizontal movement feels a bit heavy. Yeah. Can't hit anything, I suppose. Gotcha. No, also, next time I win, you'll see. Oh, I like the... feels very, like, 2000s text. I don't know. It's kind of cute. Oh. Oh, we have a double jump. I see. I like that some of the... I do like that... Ooh, oh, you're too good at hide and seek, Monie. Monie. I don't know why I keep on pronouncing like Monie. Yeah, I feel like... it's funny, too, because I think sometimes when I'm going through, like, my tier list... That's all 3 of you. A win. Oh. I don't think that's all 3. I think it's a... Uh-oh. Hey, watch it. You almost blew my hat away. Ah, my wings. Aw, Monie can't fly anymore. What did you do to me? Aw. I mean, I can still double jump. I can double jump, though. Come back here. We gotta go get him. Interesting that they only give the tutorial now. That's an interesting texture for the that grass down there. That's interesting. One thing I am noticing is how different the background and foreground look. It's odd. It's like in my head, it's like my brain. Maybe it's my brain playing tricks on me, but the background almost feels more like it was painted almost like by an entirely different brush, like a different brush style than the foreground. Very interesting. It does keep the backgrounds pretty separate, but Dacia's knights are here. I wonder if she has something to do with that weird skull. Wait, bad Acia? Interesting. I see, I can climb ladders. You know. Oh, it's like, I think Contra does the... I think Contra does the thing where you can slide on the ladders. I like the run cycle. Oh. Ah, I see. You can jump into buttons, I see. Interesting. Not too bad as a tutorial. It's hitting all of the notes you need for the, you know, it's like, it sounds kind of like no duds hitting all the notes for a tutorial, but it's one of those things where the general objective, wait, what's down there then? Oh, is it just, oh, I see. Can't hit the targets though. Interesting. Oop. And you can jump off ladders. I'm sure that'll be important later. I do like how the parallax elements move. They're not... It's like, it's good that they're not too stuttery. It's, you know, it's pretty smooth, but it's also... RT... Oh. D or RT to dash? I think on my controller might be... What? It is not RT to dash. Interesting. Okay, which button is it then? Oh, dash is like, oh, I see. It's not a visible thing. It's just, okay, it's just hold a button. All right, I understand. I was like, I guess with the way that my brain was thinking of it was, oh, okay, it's the dash is in like a, it's one of those things where, yeah, you need, it's just like, you just hold the button. Okay. Meow. Meow. I see. Wait, can I see that? That sitting position is so funny. It's just like, ah, yes, feet fully splayed out. Perfect. Ah, yes. Speedrun tech unlocked. Oh, hello, cow. I see. This is a creature of the earth. Interesting. I do like the way that the world is presented. Monie, there you are. We were so scared. What happened? A red skull thingy passed over Sugar Town, then Bodacia's troops stormed in. They were looking for you. Thinking, I knew they had something to do with this. She had already texted Sugar Town 4 times this week. Don't worry, girls. I'll take care of this as usual. Thanks, Monie. I don't know what the deal is with Monie. I guess the tough thing is I don't really know anything about Monie. I just know that, I see. People like this creature. I understand. Oh, no music. Tone shift, I see. Meow. Oh. Hello, lady. Bodacia. So it worked, huh? Now that you can't fly, your defeat is inevitable. I knew it. You're behind all this. You went too far this time. Why are you so obsessed with my village? I already told you a million times we don't want to join your stupid kingdom. I don't know what's going on. Told you that as many times that Sugar Town's the only place in the whole continent not under Spillani's law. Spillani? This puts the kingdom's integrity at jeopardy. Gave you plenty of opportunity for diplomacy. The time for arguing is over. Surrender now, and I'll order my knights to retreat. Aw, it's never gonna happen. Now give me that power stealing skull, and you leave me no choice. Ow. Ow. I see. She has her everything-proof shield. Ow. Never once lost you. You're cheating. The new shield is unfair. Did you really think I'd never be able to counter your fairy magic? Years of losing to you might have been hard on my ego, but each magic blast you sent me somehow helped me develop the perfect anti-magic shield. Now you have no choice but to surrender. No way, I'll never let you get Sugar Town. Still won't cooperate, huh? Guards, take her to the castle's dungeon. She'll wait there while I negotiate with her people. Sure, we'll come to an agreement now that we have such a huge bargaining chip. Okay. Oh, and then they're falling over. Stupid knights better stay away if you don't want to get blasted. Oh. Idiots, I told you to capture her. Start climbing down that ravine. Oh, there she goes. Whee! Hi. Where am I? Oh, yeah. We're in, What the heck? This feels like the place in Enna Dream Barbecue where you're just like, ah, yes, I see. What is this thing? Is it dangerous? Well, there's only one way to find out. The writing feels like charmingly 2000s, I would put it. Oh, I feel weird. What did you do? Why'd you shoot? Why is the objective to shoot the thing? Press G to shoot a glitch beam. It affects each enemy type differently. Glitch beam. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm back in Sugartown. Hey, Monie, but Acia left, but a knight stayed and he's looking for you. Please make him leave. Beat the knight using your glitch beam. What was that? That was beautiful. How did you do that? I don't know. I found a weird statue when I fell off that cliff. I destroyed it. It gave me this odd power. No time to think about that, though, but Acia might still be near. I need to go after her. Let's see. I like this dialogue. It feels very, it's charming. So you're going on another adventure. Be careful. It's going to be harder now that you can't fly. Blondie's right. Be cautious. If you ever need anything, come see us. We might not be as strong as you, but we can still help. You can meet newcomers who just came to town. I'm sure they can help you on your quest. Okay. Katani. Cozy Corner. Katani Lorne. Archaeologist extraordinaire. Hi, I'm Monie. I protect Sugartown from bad guys. Why are you here? Are you one of Bedacia's goons? Of course not. I'm on a quest for knowledge and discovery. I'm traveling the world and documenting everything I find. I want to pass on the knowledge for future generations. So you're here to write about what exactly? You and everything your beautiful country has to offer. I'm working on a book and I need your help completing it. I don't really like writing. Don't worry, I don't want you to write anything. I just want you to talk. I've heard of your legendary storytelling skills, you know. I'd like you to tell me about your adventures and what kind of enemies you fought, what type of locations you visited, what type of location you visited. Okay. What treasures you found. Maybe that one might be best plural. I want my book to be filled with this kind of stuff. Interesting. This is one of those things where I'm debating, okay, is this correct character voice or grammar stuff? And I think it's just more like, okay, this is character voice. My brain likes to consider more towards character voice unless it's like a very much like a, okay, wait, what, how does this sentence formed? That sounds fun. I'm in. I'll drop by when I'm in Sugartown. It's official then. You're my new field observer. I'll be waiting for your next report. Before you go out adventuring, you should stop by my friend Allison's shop. She has great items in stock. It can be useful. I'll check it out. Thanks, Katani. We're getting warped everywhere. I do like the pattern on her dress. I'm Allison. Nice to meet you. I'm Monie. Your store looks great. It's so clean I can see my reflection on the floor. Surprising, considering that humans are renowned for their dusty, messy stores. Thank you. My friends and I work hard to keep it as welcoming as possible. Some of this, I don't know if it's like descriptive or it's like I'm trying to keep up with the information, but sometimes it's like it's interesting because I know that it's a purposeful exaggeration. So the character writing is very fascinating, but I'm still trying to catch up because I feel like I missed like a few pages or something. I feel like maybe I'm missing some lore, maybe? I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm like, I don't know how best to describe it. It feels like I'm not caught up on the story. What can you sell here? Sell quality artifacts, shiny equipment, sweet treats, but more opposed to support, we sell Breeze Soda. Breeze Soda, it's the best drink in the world. I've been drinking this nectar for as long as I can remember. It helps you through hard times. Here, have one on the house. Stop by on your adventure. Make sure to stop by often. I miss you already. Okay. Monie's house. Okay, where's the store? Okay, that's Allison's shop. I wish I had a real horse. Not that I don't like you, Mr. Carrot. Oh. Interesting. I'm Monie. I'm Kesai, Allison's bodyguard. Bodyguard, huh? Well, you don't have to worry about anyone attacking you here. Sugartown is as safe as it gets, especially when I'm around. I get to relax a bit. Okay, what can I afford anything? Do I have money? I have none. Oh, okay, I will say, all right, I should talk about this. This UI, I will say this UI is pretty good. I think the only thing I would say is that the confusion I have right now is that, so you see how this is the quit button and it moves to this button. These other two are not buttons, so that did confuse me a little bit when I popped over. Interesting. Similarity. Kind of like Annabelle. Annabelle, do you mean the village cook? Yeah, you do look like her, but I can't say how. Maybe it's the vibe you get off of your face. You're both tall, but that must be it. Wait, no. But Daisy is another tall blonde. She looks nothing like you. Many people on the planet, you're bound to find two people who look similar. It happens all the time. So the other day I saw a painting of Princess Spillane, and now I must say that you and your faces are pretty similar. What? Well, you have the same type of eyes and a similar jawline. That's not true. Wasn't meant as an insult. I know it'll cheer you up. Oh, they sent me a box of chocolate-covered cherries. Interesting. Whoa. Oh, whoops. The UI is pretty good, though. I will say UI overall pretty good. Very solid designs there. As a hero, you shouldn't think about rewards when helping people. Seeing people happy is its own reward. I see. Where am I going? Leave Sugar Town. Look. Money speedrun records. Magic Forest 0/5. Interesting. Okay, where am I? Where do I go now? Just the. Do I have a world map? Oh, we have a world map. I see. Okay. Oh, that's a pretty nice dial there. Look at that. That's pretty good. I like that. That's nice. That's a nice detail. I like this. Kind of reminds me of the. I'm thinking of the Super Mario World. Interesting. What the heck is this? Speedrun time. Oh, so if I activate the sign, I can... Ow. Why is that guy an enemy? I didn't think he was an enemy. I just thought he was a funny dude with a mustache. Aw, I didn't realize he was an enemy. Poor guy. Ah, I see. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. So you can use the glitch beam to do some nonsense. I see, I see. Interesting what you can do with what you can and can't do with that, but I guess the curiosity is like, is the... He's here. I need to contact Princess Blade. I don't want to lose my job. I will say one thing I've had to consistently do is I have had to remind myself a lot how to... Whoa. I've had to remind myself often how to do the, What is this? Don't hesitate to follow candy trails. They always lead to greatness. I see. Quite literal piece of candy. Use the reset option in the pause menu. You'll be taken back to the start of the room you're currently in. Okay. These signs are helpful. Bouncy bears are delicious, but if you're not hungry, you can transform them into gold with your glitch beam. I see. I can't reach that. I see. I'll need to come back there. I will say, these guys being enemies is very amusing, but also that did actually confuse me the first time. I do like how many little details there are. What the heck? Can I grab these? Max. Whoa. Oh, okay. Invincibility, I see. Well, that's gonna hurt, ain't it? Ow. Ow. That's gonna hurt. Just ow. Interesting. I'm liking the level design so far. I think the pacing's been a bit oblique, I would say. Like, kind of feels like some things are pretty clear what they want you to do. Chocolate bar. Why does he turn into a chocolate bar? Interesting. Oh, but I can't get up there. I do like that they're trying to show you. It is interesting they're trying to show you that there are things you'll have to come back for to highlight, you know, kind of basically feels like they're highlighting how the replayability for later. Which I think works out pretty well for them. I think it's working out pretty well for the game. But I do think it's interesting because it feels like the level is a little bit, I guess the way I would describe it is it feels a little bit like they're showing, it's like they're showing their hand a bit. I would say a bit too much right away, but I don't know if it's too much yet. Wall arrow. Okay. That one's still shooting. Huh, but it doesn't... they can't hurt me anymore, so... Gonna be honest, I don't really know why I have this. Oh, wait. Bat. Wait, where was I going? I just realized I didn't even know where I was going that whole time. I was just kind of following the pathway. I see. I think it's there. Interesting. Oh, let me... Oh, getting... All right, I'm not gonna lie. Getting my boy might be a bit difficult, but let me go get that real quick. Boy. Boy, hang on. And my display is gonna go wonky for a moment. It's fine. The boy. Oh, so good. That's good. Okay. There we go. Boy. Yeah, I'm gonna go get my boy. I will say one thing that threw me off a little bit at first was also the... Okay, so it's... Ah, you have to dash jump. I see. Rare amethyst. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and you're supposed to use the gravity hole to get up there. I see. I will say that one enemy being too tall, so you can... What the heck is this? Moths are full of wisdom. You stand with them long enough, they'll share your dreams. What? Okay. Huh. You get a chance to look at the podcast I posted? Yes, I did take a quick listen. Not too bad. That was pretty good there. Whoa. I don't think I understood what I just witnessed. Oh, all right. Ow. Ow. This is also quite a jump in terms of the level design. I'm kind of surprised this isn't multiple levels, frankly, but interesting. Huh. I'm more just fascinated by the fact that we've changed, we basically changed we changed setting already multiple times. That's a curious, that's rather curious, at least to me, you know, it's like... Okay, I can't go that way. Ow. Interesting. But I did look at the podcast. It was pretty good. I'm not really a podcast guy, but I thought it was pretty good. I thought they were pretty well informed. If an enemy knocks you out, you get to keep you use some coins, but not all of them, so that's not bad. There we are. Oh, I did not know that was a trampoline. Awesome. Yeah, it was pretty good though. I thought it was quite good. Direction value is very strong. This enemy seems too tall. I don't know. Something about it's like, whoa. This one's just right, but the other one, it's like, wonder why he is so tall. Ah, I see. Found him. Easter egg. Ah, I see. Help. Shield break. Ah, I see. Yeah, there are some things I feel like the revelation that some things are immediately out of reach is it's quite interesting that they're willing to It's interesting that they're very willing to show you directly that there are things you are just not able to do right now. It reminds me a bit of, I've talked about how Lego Star Wars gets the replayability, where it is very much like, okay, you are aware that you're going to have to redo some things later. Which is, I think it can be a great design choice to increase replayability, but I do also think it's like when it's very apparent what is and is not available, it can also be, I would say concerning. It can also just be like, oh, I see. So you start reading the language of the levels, and instead of trying things the first time through, the main thing is that it basically says, okay, the first time through a level, your goal is to get through it as fast as possible rather than exploring. And exploration is strictly for replay time, which can disincentivize exploration in the first run, which means you might... The thing I would be concerned with would be, would a player be discouraged from... Oh, I see. Hang on. Oh, okay. Interesting. Ah, so now I can turn him into cow. I will not lie, it is going to take me... It is probably going to be a while before I remember all that. Up. Okay. Ow. Alright, I was just being reckless. That's on me. Rare amethyst. Not bad. Huh, okay. Yeah, it seems... I'm going to try my best to explore as much as I can. I'll try my best to explore as much as I can during this playthrough. But I also will recognize that... I'll recognize that there will be things that will inherently be unavailable to me. I do appreciate how much the warning element has a contrast. That's good. Good stuff there. Up. There we go. Not bad. Rear. Axe shield. What does this do for me? Intriguing. I now have the axe shield. Ah. It is a shield, I see. So it's a sort of like the... I guess in my head, like I said, I think I've said it before that I don't like doing just like strictly comparative analysis because it doesn't really help me. Because it's one thing to also engage the game on what it's doing. I think in terms of the... I think it is a first... This is like the first like full-on level, right? And it's doing... I think it's done a pretty solid job of making clear what the player will be expected to do for the duration of the game. I think this is pretty solid as a show of, okay, here's what we're doing, here's what you're going to do for the game. Yeah, the podcast I told you about was the year of the fireworks I talked about. Oh yeah, so that's the one that had the episode on that. Okay, I see. Very good. Ow. There we go. Ow. Ow. Can you? Okay, there we go. I can go up here. Ah, I got a coin. Okay. A good hiding spot for that one. That one's pretty well hidden. I do like that one. Some of the hidden items I think have been quite fascinating to try and figure out as we've been going through. I do like what they're doing with the level design. I think what's good is, I've said this before, that designing your levels for your character is a vital piece for level design. I think that's one thing I think this game has done very well. Like, even if the level design is like, okay, this is pretty... I would say this is standard fare for a platformer. But I don't think that's a bad thing in the slightest. But more so that it's like, okay, we're using familiar elements to get you situated with money specifically. Like, more specifically, it is about... Oh, yeah, Katani's here. Heard rumors of a treasure hidden in the forest I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in this room. I can feel my archaeologist guts. Don't worry if you can't find it right away. You can always come back later. Archaeology's not a race after all. Yeah, but what if I want it to be a race? And I think the key with this game in particular, at least to my eye, is that they're very clearly working with trying to make... At least to me, it feels like Monie's movement, since it's the star here, they want to make sure that the player gets a chance to really enjoy the movement. This is something I've talked about in other games that have done this in not a fun way, where they don't really contemplate how the character will be moving in the context. And I think this game's done a pretty solid job of like considering, okay, here's how Monie moves. Find the blue boost room. These rare mushrooms enhance your health. There are more boost rooms across the land, so make sure to find them during your big journey. Thank you. Hey, and we got a full restore too. May cause temporary auditory hallucinations. I see. Thank you. That's how That's how we hear that weird voice in our head. I see. But I think the fact that the level design so far, how is that name spelled? Monie. It's a M-O-N-I-E. The United Bank of Money. Whee! All right, down we go. Give anything to say now we found it? Katani, I got the treasure. It's a giant mushroom. Little ball of energy. I'm so proud of my field observer. I'm the best field observer ever. Treasures all over the world better hide because I'm coming for them. That's the spirit. I should get back to Sugar Town now. See you there. All right. All right. I can buy stuff here. Rent's coin loss the first time you get KO'd in a level. How many coins do I have? Oh, I have 1. Ah, I see. I see. So these artifacts... Oh, because the artifacts are... These artifacts are temporary buffs, so... I can kind of guess that this one's... That some of these are... Yeah, I see it now. Okay. So we're gonna... We'll have to... 14:28. Okay, so I took 14 minutes to go through the level the first time. I see. 5 minutes. Interesting. The exit should be that way. What was that? Wait, are these rocks moving? Oh. Oh, it's the big man. Up we go. He's just walking around in the background like that. That's funny. Look at him go. That's the big man on campus. Oh, geez. I should be more careful about my movement. Ah. Yeah, I'm not being very careful, am I? Can I hit him from over here? I'm pretty sure it's just going to take a fair bit of concerted mashing to get him. Whoop. Ah, and then he dips. I see. Okay, not too bad. I'm definitely being way too... I'm being way too risky. I don't want to lose the boss first go. Come on now. I'm guessing there must be some story and lore I'm missing off rip. I do wonder what the deal is with these guys. Is there a cabal of mustachios that must be afoot or something? I do not understand the cabal of mustachio. Ow. Easy mashing technique is to... actually, I wonder, would the Dragoon method work here? To defeat the great Mr. Mister. I'm sorry, that's his name? Wait, is that what the enemies are called? The Mr. Mister? That takes care of that. Now let's get out of here. I will say that fanfare is pretty good. I think the music so far has been pretty solid. You get KO'd in space, it won't be the end. Ah, I see. I do like how the characters are made clear, even when they're trying to like make this darker section. They're still trying to do something with that, so it still feels pretty readable. Ow. Ow. And laser surf. Now where does this take me? I ride. Huh. Whoa, where am I? Yeah, me too, buddy. Warning. Thank you for visiting the end of times. Do you want to leave? This terminal can be used to send back. Okay. Ow. Huh. Okay. I don't think I physically don't understand what that's asking me to do, so I'll just have to dip. Interesting. I do find it fascinating how much is so different in this one. You did okay. Nice. You did okay. Very Super Mario World ending, I see. I wonder what, if you had to draw, if the devs had to pick 3 games to say, okay, these are probably the closest inspirations, what would they be? What's taking her so long? Ebury. Ibury? Ibury? I do like that cutscenes are, you press the button. Great, Purple Witch has arrived. Bow down, mere mortal, and admire her divine beauty. Right to business. I got an update for you. Monie just got past the Guardian of the Force. Should have seen how fast she dealt with it. She was amazing. Was it that amazing? I saw the gameplay. I know how it was. Aaron, the Guardian was on our side. You have to get to the purple path before she does. Go now. Contact me as soon as you get there. Really? I just got here. Can't we relax for a bit and talk over a cup of coffee or something before I go? We don't have time. This needs dealing with now. I'll get going. Just don't overdo it, okay? See, talk to you soon, hopefully. Need to contact the princess. Good music. I think so far this game's Sonic identity has been pretty solid. Pretty solid so far. There are times where my brain hears, I can hear some other voices. I would definitely not say like purposefully though. I think some of the other voices I hear when we're in this game is more specifically a matter of, how'd I put it? It feels in a way as though the game itself has an awareness of its sources. Run fast. Oh, there we go. Rare amethyst. I like how the glitches appear as the whoa. Interesting maneuvers. Oh, there's the coinage up there. I see. Oh, I missed. Ah, nuts and bolts. Ow. Okay, well, let's get out of here. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? Ow. Alright, I'm just gonna blast him. I'm guessing you need to use that guy to get the speedrun time. Yeah, I'm guessing with this guy, it's the speedrun timer. What does that say? Perry's mine is incredible, but yours is something else. I'm envious. What? Ow. Ow, with it. Just drop all my coins like a fool. Oh god. Oh, if you're in the middle of run fast, you don't get touched by spikes. I see. That was not 100% clear. I actually wasn't sure about that. Okay. Interesting. Interesting that some mechanics they like, because I'm guessing they want to make sure that the player is experimenting rather than just telling them everything. It is, you know, it is unwise to over-explain. I will say that it's one of those things where it's necessary to make sure that you know how much you need to explain and how much you don't need to explain. I think that's the key to search for right there. Oh, I could have fallen down and gotten all those. I see. Okay. I'm guessing you can't go backwards in maps, can you? No, you cannot. Okay, good to know, actually. Also good to know. That is one thing I wasn't sure of with this game, and it's interesting that you can't. I guess I would say it's interesting that you can't go backwards. But I would say that it's probably for the best you can't back up through the maps. Gravity hole. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, what the heck? Wait, what? Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay. Laser surf. Curious. Okay, why does the lizard guy create different enemies at different times? That's interesting. It's interesting that it's not a wholly consistent thing. It's more or less just if you see one of these lizard guys, I'm guessing that the hope is that you'll try them no matter what. Gravity hole. Aha. Okay. Interesting. It's just it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I see. Okay. Hello, Katani. Heard rumors there's a treasure in this room. As an archaeologist, can't let something of value stay undiscovered, so I rushed here as fast as I could, which is not really fast. Can't find it anywhere. Need help from my field observer. Make me proud. Okay. Harpoon gun. Okay. Not too bad. Kind of surprised that there's these underwater wheel things. Oh, I'm guessing the treasure was... Oh, I see. Okay, so if I... Up. Okay, so if I... There we go. Up. Found a secret map. Okay, not bad. Reveals a place lost to time. You now have access to a hidden location on the world map. A friendly puppet surrounded by mushrooms. Okay. Intriguing. Don't fully understand what it means, but I think I understand some of it. Ow. Up. Okay, now where do I need this bad boy? Up here. Oh, so the harpoon gun is also... Oh, interesting. Interesting, the harpoon gun is a ammo thing, but it... Tough thing is that since it doesn't have an ammo counter, it doesn't mean that you have to keep track of that yourself. Which might be... I would reckon that could be tough if you're... I would say specifically if you're, like, not... If you, like, lose track of it. Oh, God. Ow. Nuts and bolts. Up. Interesting. I'm also surprised by the fact that you physically aren't able to... You can't dash while carrying weapons, which is also probably reasonable, given that it's a... Probably reasonable that they don't want you to dash while having this sort of thing in your hand, because the animation might look a little wonky, I would wager. But interesting nonetheless. It's again an interesting design choice nonetheless, you know. Hello. Oh. Oh, I should have shot that way. Ah, oh well. Ah, what are you gonna do? Nope. Okay. Oh, bad. Ow. Just stand there still looking at it like, yep. You're wondering how I got in this situation. How does one... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Well. Eh. Is that barrel going to come back, or... I probably shouldn't have hopped off, huh? Oh, there it comes back. Alrighty. Oh, Well, at least I get another shot with this thing. Up. I guess one thing I am curious to is that some items like that, you know, you saw that one there where it wasn't 100% clear if you needed to, like how far you would fall through it. The tough thing with foreground stuff like that, I would say, like stuff where it's like you have things in the foreground and the background like that, like this one where you just fall right through. The tough thing I would say is that you have to make sure that you are communicating well to your player that is the case. That I think it's hard to do that sometimes, you know, to properly go, oh yeah, how do I explain that and still have foreground stuff on it? So that's a tough one, you know, where it's like, okay, how do I put down something in the foreground without it blocking the player? And sometimes you just have to risk that it will. I'm not sure about this one, where it's like the risk of blocking the player off like that, because their view isn't really, it doesn't 100% need to be obstructed that way. So it's curious to me what, like, the objective with this one. I do think this game's art direction is very clearly defined. Hope they use real maple syrup and not the artificial stuff. I'd have to leave them a bad review like I did with Mrs. Cookie and Cream Farm. Still can't believe they were using fake cookies this whole time. So, everything is maple syrup, I suppose. Maple beer pie. Yeah, the music's been... It's like one thing I've been noticing with the music is... I'm like... trying to internalize it. I think it's more about vibes rather than melodies. I think that's how I would put it. Because I think the special guests visiting our lovely establishment today, since we want to make sure we have the best experience possible, we're not accepting any more patrons for today. Please come back tomorrow. You'd still walk in and I won't be able to stop you since I'm a sign that can't move. Yeah, I will say some of this humor feels very 2000s. It feels like, I guess my observation with this game is it feels very much like somebody's flash animation brought to life as a video game. Sort of like, you know, those like 2-minute flash animations that people would draw. I'm thinking like Brawl Taunts, that era of animation. And I'm thinking of the era of Newgrounds where as long as you had the animation programs of the day and you had some fandom you wanted to draw for, you would just go for it. I guess in my mind, I feel like this is like Flash Animation Toho. That's where I'm like, it's what I'm picturing right now is that, okay, whoever worked on this probably, that would be my thought process, that they probably grew up with Newgrounds and Toho. That's what I see. Ow. Destructive plates. Ah, okay, there we go. Coinage. Not bad. I will say one thing I am noticing though is like with that wheel there, I noticed it actually quite easily. I noticed it that some of these objects are being scaled up and down, which is good resource saving. But I think it might be the engine. It's leaving some artifacting there. You can see the pixels. You can actually see how like the pixel. You can see that the art itself has been shrunk because the pixels are more jagged. I would not fault them for that though. That's a hard one to like scrunch out if you're doing sprite-based stuff, like scaling stuff like this. I do wonder how big the sprite sheets are. I know that I don't want to say I yelled at my boss about this, but I definitely outlet. You know what I just realized? I need to remember that I can freaking dash. I need to remember that because I keep forgetting the dash button. I do think one thing with this dash in particular that's a bit difficult for me personally is that this dash, it changes your movement speed, but not your momentum. So it's a speed boost with no momentum, which I will say is a bit confusing at first. I think because you're changing your character's movement speed, but it's not really a dash in the same way a dash is expected to work, I would say. Because the dash itself isn't actually forcing you forward, it only increases your speed. Which I think is pretty good, but I think ironically, I think it gives too much control to the player in some regards, right? Okay, I don't know what they're doing, but I'm gonna go up here really quick. Ow. Dinner time. That's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I guess the thing I'm mildly confused by is the fact that this particular... Ow. Man, I have no coins. God dang it. I am definitely burning through all of my money. Oh, God. Up. Up. Okay, we're good. Ow. I think the tough thing is that when money is the resource you lose, it does mean that... It's something curious with money as the resource to lose instead of lives, is that it does also implicate that if the player isn't being particularly careful or being too reckless like I'm being right now, I would reckon that you would end up with an inevitable problem that the player might not end up... They might not end up actually trying a whole bunch of things because they won't have the money to get them half the time. Which is something you just have to be careful of, I would say. Also, I did that so wrong. Oh, I see. I also can't go that way. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? Yep. Oh, I didn't use the thingamajig. Okay. I'm not 100%... It's one of those things where I'm not 100% sure I've internalized things yet. Ninja training included. Interesting. They're hiring, I suppose. I will say the dash has been a bit of a learning thing for me personally. I think very specifically because I think I've been actually rather bad about using it properly, I would say. Princess Spillane. Rare amethyst. Okay. But yeah, I think so far gameplay wise it's been pretty solid, but it's also like there's been a bit of, I won't say jank, but more of a disconnect for me trying to understand what the game desires from me. Oh god. Okay, we're good. The gravity hole. Oh god. Okay, there we go. I guess one thing I'm noticing with the levels so far has been that we haven't really had a uniform mechanic for each level here. Because so far each level has had a different mechanic and a different set of mechanics rather than specifically trying to focus hard on one, I would say. Actually, come to think of it, wait, so we're doing, okay, interesting. Yeah, I can see here they're introducing multiple new mechanics and new iconography. Oh god. Oh god. I didn't know where I was going when that started. I wasted that so badly. I did not know what that was going for. Ah, now I see. Okay, so they were hoping that you would pushable statue. Okay, not bad. I think this game has definitely been very fast on the uptick on new mechanics, because it's definitely introduced a great deal of mechanics in a row, which is kind of interesting. But it also means that they are really expecting you to understand many of them in a row, which I think it could work pretty well. But it also means that I would say this does imply that the player is going to get all of them, is going to get all of them at the pace they're giving them. Yeah, because this is quite a dense amount of mechanics to hand the player right away. Interesting. I'm fascinated by it because they're handing so many elements at the same time, because this feels like a very different level now, because now we're pretty much in a different level now. I guess what I'm running into is that a lot of these mechanical areas, like I say mechanical as in game mechanics, not just mechanicals in literal mechanics, but these mechanical areas are kind of inadvertently having a bit of a identity crisis, I would say, because because this is all one level, right? So because it's all one level, the expectation is that you're going to be given one or two core mechanics to work on, and then you mix those with past mechanics. That's generally how your level design is put together. And then, but with this one, it feels like each section is its own level with its own, mechanics and ideas. But what that means is that you're going to inadvertently start, kind of getting mechanic fatigue. You're going to start having kind of too many in a row. I guess if we see here, yeah, we're in a new mechanic. We have new stuff going on all the time, which I think is, it's I think if you're trying to if you really want to fast track it, I think it's very good. It can be good, but it's also, I reckon that this would be, see you soon. I think it can be a bit overwhelming, I think, for some players if they're trying to pick up what you're putting down. All right, it's Princess. You're already here? Give me back my power, Badacia. Stop calling me Badacia. You know my name is Badacia. Never mind. The soldiers released the Arablator. The what? The what? What the? Oh, I see. Ow. Oh, I see. I'm probably gonna have to aim for the cork. I see. Okay. Oh god. Whack. Oh, the cutscene has to replay when we go through here. I see. Let's see. Okay. I'm not 100% sure how this bottle of maple syrup is walking, but oh god. Ow. That beam is a little hard to see because I'm like trying to focus on platforming. Oh god. Where am I going? Ah, I see. You know what's interesting? This one does fall under a little bit of a platforming faux pas where having platforms that are off screen can be a bit problematic. Ow. Which can be a bit problematic if you have too many things off screen, just like, and you're running towards the unknown essentially. So you have to work on that. So you have to memorize this sort of stuff really. But I wouldn't say that this one does it. I don't think this one does it poorly. I do think it's a bit strange as a boss design. Defeat the Arrow Blader. Could have given it more weapons. Hey, don't run away, you big chicken. I think that boss was okay. I think that one felt a bit like... It kind of felt like there wasn't really much on the player side that you had to do, really. It was mostly just, okay, just make sure you... It felt very much like, okay, just make it through the platforming, really. And that's fine. I think that's fine. I think it was a little bit... There was a little bit to be left to be desired in regards to, like, what the player has to do to, like... There wasn't really much on my part to figure out the boss. It was mostly just, okay. Oh, god dang it. There we go. And that can be, I think that can be fine. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, you're going to need to... Memorization isn't... I don't think memorization is quite as... Oh, god dang it. Okay, so then it's... Nope, okay, I'm not getting up there. Got it. That one had me a bit stumped. Interesting. I think the tough thing is that with boss fights, in general, to me, boss fights should be more about player choice and agency. Because it's... I think the key is that when you're fighting a big enemy, your hope is that you're going to be outfoxing them. That one, I think the tough thing is that it was very blatantly about how the enemy, how you're just trying to run to the next cannon. Not, again, I'm not gonna, it's like, I think for the execution of the idea they went for, they did it well. I think the concept though, it's like, that one feels a bit bizarre. Also, we're at the hour mark. Dang. So I defeated Bedacia's maple robot. Pretty cool, huh, Milky? The strange thing about it, though, is I didn't find it fun this time. Usually I love fighting with Bedacia's goons, but it feels different. This time she stole something important from me. I just want to get my power back and head home. Being robbed like that ruins your mood, you know? Don't let these negative feelings stop me. Remember, Milky, when something you care about is taken, you can't look the other way and give up. You gotta fight no matter what. Why is she talking to cows? You like looking at the night sky? Me too. I can watch the stars for hours. I'm gonna do that right now. Hope you're not too tired. Don't worry, I'll wake you up if I see a shooting star. Why does she sleep with cows? That's cute. Okay, so over here there's a secret, so I'll go check out the secret. I will observe the secret. Let's see. Hey. Ow. Ow. Interesting. Interesting usage of these mechanics. I'm very intrigued what this is supposed to... I'm intrigued what this is supposed to be. I'm guessing this is just supposed to be a bonus level. I would wager. Some type of... Oh. Gonna turn it around. Okay. Interesting. Why go this way? Ow. Okay, well. Interesting, to say the least. I think mechanics-wise, it's like I see what they're going. My question is where the fox is at. I think I saw one black fox next to Monie during that cutscene. That was what I saw. This game has a fascination with mushrooms for some reason. Very intriguing. I do think Monie as a protagonist is quite good. I think she's fun. Gravity hole. I guess the thing I'm running into that's like maybe my point of friction with this game is it feels very much like, I guess I would describe it as that things are feeling a bit, it's a bit like there's a lot going on, but less time developing it deeper, I would say. I think as a level, this one's rather amusing, I think. They definitely got this whole out. I feel like they definitely got this bouncing thing figured out and then said, yeah, we need to use this for its own level because it's pretty fun. I could see this being like one of those ones where it's like, yeah, this is just a fun mechanic, so we want to do more with it. You could jump infinitely if you hit the mushrooms, I see. I see, okay. Interesting. Oh, this one though is a bit tough because there's a bunch of blind jumps that you have to make and just trust. So I could see this one dash. But yeah, I'm gonna have no money whatsoever. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna have no money, but I'm gonna have no money. I'm probably never gonna be able to afford anything. Well, that's janky. Okay, I see what you're putting down, game. I feel like this is, I don't know whether they call this the dash challenge or the bouncing challenge. Oh, whoa. Okay, well, thankfully that just sends you back to the beginning of this section, not the whole thing. You know, this is reminding me of, for some reason, how would you program a bounce like that? Ooh, good question. I think what I would be is one of the... This one's actually rather simple on the programming side. Basically, what you would do is you would take your collision... You would be checking for a collision. Basically... oh, did you touch the thing? Okay. Then it would play the animation, you know, on the... it would be the object checking, not the player. The object would be checking for something to touch it. And then when the object touches it... So, for example, like this guy here, see how when he touches it, he bounces? What it probably does is when the two collide, it plays the animation and then it applies a force to the object at hand. So, you know how gravity... all right, so I guess I have to generally explain. So, basically, in video games, as much as we use gravity and... we have to simplify gravity in a certain way. Basically, instead of having to consider all of the factors that make gravity the way it is in real life, because gravity has many factors, there are many things affecting gravity in real life. But in video games, all you really have to do is apply if your math term is a velocity. So in a lot of 2D engines and 2D games now, objects will have a position, and velocity is essentially the change in that position over time. Just like how velocity is usually measured in distance over time. So let's say, for example, I don't know the scale of this. Let's say that the force that would be applied would be like 100. So when you touch this thing, it applies 100 to your vertical velocity. So basically, whenever you touch this thing, it doesn't really care what it touches. It just says, oh, okay, send this object directly up with this force. And with this in particular, I would guess that because gravity is always pulling you down, right? So when you're touching the ground like this, gravity does not need to be applied to the character because you don't need to go further down because you're already touching something. You're already on the ground, right? And then when you're applying a force like that, it's the same thing with jump, actually. It's the same way you program jump, but you apply the jump when you touch an object. Ow. Yeah, because you can basically get the same effect What do you say? Everything is a business these days. No one wants to share. No farmers, no gentlemen, no kings, not even gods. Well, that's interesting. Interesting thing to see. But these bounces are pretty easy because it's basically you're programming your jump, but just on a collision with an object. I think a lot of 2D and 3D platformers like to have these bouncing things because they are they're quite easy to program, frankly. Eat 500 candies. Oh, hey, look at that. Because these sorts of bounce things are very easy because once you have your collision down, like you're checking collision for other things, it's very easy to program a bouncing object, so like something where you just can sit and do this. As I recall, Little Big Planet 2 had the bounce pads, which are quite fun to mess with, I won't lie. They're very fun. So I think and a lot of platformers that have these sorts of objects in them, you know, these bouncing pads, a lot of them will make levels specifically to showcase them because they are pretty easy to have fun with. Like, it is very simple to see the appeal in just bouncing around like this, because they're very fun to... This is exactly the sort of mechanic that is very easy to make for any sort of enterprising programmer. Many programmers will figure this sort of stuff out, you know? Interesting that it went so dead silent, like so. Whoop. And over we go. Hello, friend. Silas, there you are. I was so scared when you went missing. Badasia's stupid knights have stolen... He must have stolen you when they attacked Sugartown. I'm never letting you out of my sight again. You found Silas the Doll, your long-time best friend. To equip him and he'll shoot energy swords at your enemies. He'll also take hits for you from time to time. What a gentleman. Okay. Can I equip him now? Oh, no, I can't. I can save my game, though. Saved. How to get check marks in a level. Get every amethyst, 4 per level. Find the secret treasure. Beat the level quickly. Power times vary per level. Get every blue coin, 4 per level. Find and complete bonus space level. Complete the level without getting KO'd. I've been very bad about the KO one, I'll be honest. Alrighty. To the crystal cave. There's bees up there. Let's see. Equipments? Oh, doll. How do I can't get down to doll. How do I... Can I can't really equip the doll, though. Huh. Oh, do I need to go back to town and equip him, maybe? Can I... Whip. Okay, there we go. Okay, I can just bounce back. Hang on. Let's go back to Sugartown and see if maybe there's something I need for Silas, maybe? I'll go to Monie's house and see. Boys. My stuff. There we go. Okay, so now we can equip Silas. Okay. I like it the way he follows. It's very cute. Cutscene 1, cutscene 2, cutscene 3. Oh, you have a gallery with... Oh, it doesn't say gallery. It just like... It just... I will say, I was kind of gambling that it would be... That it was interactable. So that's interesting that it's not... Onwards... I'd say I'm listening to the music again because I just want to hear it again. I think it's not too bad. I don't know. I'm not... Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just being... up at skin. Interesting. Oh, and Monie draws whatever enemies they defeat. You like sleeping? I don't. What if I have nightmares? Interesting, to say the least. Alright, I have no coins. Speedrun records. Tavern cliche. Ah, oh, yes, of course, my favorite. 14 minutes for that. Guest house. Who is this? Interesting. Don't know who that is. It feels like that bit from Justice League Unlimited. I have no idea who this is. I'm just like, oh, well, that's it's a cool dude. I like his suit. Oh, I forgot to fill my water before stream. Crap baskets. You know what? I knew I forgot something today. Purple Witch. Hey, it's Monie. What brings you to the Purple Path today? Are you berry picking today? I wish. No, I'm on Badasia's trail. She came to Sugar Town with a skull and stole my flying power. It's a long story. Have you seen her? Unfortunately, I haven't. Maybe she'll look elsewhere. I mean, princesses aren't exactly into caves. Yes, they aren't. Well, I'll walk through the cave anyway. It'll get me closer to her castle, and I'm sure stupid knights won't bug me in there. All right, but remember, this is a huge cave. You can easily get lost in the tunnels. Don't worry, there's no way I'm getting lost in there. My sense of direction is super sharp. I live in the magic forest, you know. It's like 20,000 times bigger than the Purple Path. But I was thinking, doubting the great Monie skills. I'll leave you to it then. So stay safe out there. Okay. Treasure drop. Okay. Ow. Ow. Huh. Glitching a skeleton mage will change your regular magic blast into super strong fire and ice. Okay. Oh, I see. He he protected me there. Oh god. Whoa. How do I... Can't really reach that. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Alright. Yeah, one thing I've noticed, I will also say, I'm wondering now, is the background art, were the background artists... I wonder if the background artists were the same or are different than the foreground artist, because the background to the foreground, I can actually kind of tell they're distinctly different from each other. Multi-jumps. Oh, I see. Rare amethyst. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, god. It does seem to me like a lot of these abilities are being programmed. Frog guards are impervious to magic when their eyes are closed. There we go. Ow. Sometimes it feels like I just get hit for the sake of it. This level's quite extensive, actually, now that I'm looking around at it. Because I'm noticing that we're missing a bunch of stuff on our way through, huh? Ow. Whap! Oh well, what are you gonna do? Oh, the Urple. I thought the Urple. Never mind, it's bad. Never mind, it's bad. I guess the thought I'm having is that there are some things that feel... It feels like some things were made more on a whim. Certain mechanics were kind of a whim, on the whim of the developer wanting this thing. No, I don't think that's a particularly bad way to go about it. But I would reckon that it's one of those things that could be a problem if it wasn't. It's one of those things where if you're designing on like what you think would be cool, you're trying to go rule of cool, but for platformers, it can work. But I think the tough thing would be if when you choose these, like, you know, you choose all these cool ideas, that you inadvertently... Oh, I just realized how much I messed up. Uh-oh. How do I get out of here, then? Uh-oh. Can I still get out of here at this point? I just realized. Oh yeah, you can just jump right over. Okay. Alright, if I land here... Ow. Oh, if you kill that enemy, yeah, you're just... Oh, I think I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay, wait. There's a pathway right there. Maybe this one? Nope. Okay. That ain't good. Oh, and I'm out of glitch energy because I don't have enough. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think the game has a failsafe for this exact moment. What? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough. I have to exit the level. Crap. Or is it reset? Can I reset? Oh, I can just reset. Okay. I see. Okay. That one's a bit, that's a bit of a yikes to me. I feel like that one's like, that one I might have, I don't know if they have the ability to respawn enemies in this game to be able to safeguard against that sort of thing. But that would definitely be one where you'd have to have some type of safeguard so that the player cannot do that. Because that's the sort of thing where if the player can like 100% do that to themselves, that could absolutely really mess your whole flow up, frankly. Ow. I'm definitely rushing though. I do think I'm rushing way too much though. I guess one thing I'm noting how much I'm noting how much I'm not really being too careful. I think to some degree it might be because the game, I think inadvertently I feel like I'm a bit trained to be reckless, but I think more particularly I do like the Yoshi reference. I do like, it kind of feels like a Yoshi reference, but I can't stand on it. I see. Oh, at least I can get that. Ow. No weapon! Interesting that this level's the one of all levels, I think this one being the one that has a particularly it has some odd, it's like there's some odd rough edges with this level in particular that I'm finding fascinating. Because I'm not sure why this level in particular. Because this level, it doesn't seem particularly, I guess it kind of sounds mean to say it like this, but it's not a particularly special level. You know, it seems like this is like, oh yeah, we're in the middle of the adventure. We're getting through it. You know, but it doesn't. So it fascinates me that this level seems to have a particular chips in the proverbial armor, and cracks in the armor, and I'm like, I'm not really sure why though. Ow. Yeah, I will say the spiders also, that enemy type is quite interesting because it feels like they are absolutely a bit more of a difficulty to try and actually get your head around to them because they're very small. Ow. Oh god. I guess what I'll say one other thing I'm noticing now is that the one thing with some of these, I would say particularly with some of these warnings and some of the moving objects, is that they pull your eyes to many different parts of the screen. Which can, I think, cause problems if you're constantly pulling your player's attention back and forth. I think in particular with this one, like the rock warning being much further away rather than... Because the other one, the platforms were pretty close to where the warning was going to pop up anyway. With this one, I can see that it would be an extension of the challenge to say, okay, you have to be able to see that thing and do this, but I think this one, it's a bit tough to like, I would say it's tough to justify in this manner. Whoop. I think here the backgrounds are like, this would be where the backgrounds I think are kind of like, here the backgrounds look pretty good, but I think also the parallaxing feels, I'm looking back at there, it's like, okay, that's a bit, I think it's a bit less important this level because the background seems quite, frankly the background seems pretty darn, I know it sounds like kind of weird to say, like, yeah, the background is very far back, but it does seem like this particular level, the background is very out of the way, I would say. What the heck? Wait, how does it shoot that way then? Oh god. Oh, I fell down. I see. Yee. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna go then. Oh well. I think the music in this one has been pretty solid, but I do think that I'm noticing the lack of, like, I would say the lack of very identifiable melodic structure is a bit confusing at times. Oop, down I go. I guess what I mean is that some of these melodies feel very unrelated to the other songs in the game. And it kind of feels like they're going for the vibes of the area rather than specifically a cohesive, here's this, but here's the similar ideas in a different setting. Ah, wait. I don't know what I was supposed to do with that fire and ice stuff, but I whiffed it no matter what. I whiffed it no matter what. Ow. Up. Interesting. Okay. Whack. I'm not a fan of the spiders. I guess the tough thing with some of these webs is that since they're floating, it does also... It kind of feels like some of them aren't quite motivated the same way as other objects in the game. And the way I mean is that with some objects in a game like this, you generally want them to have a... The way I would describe it is that you want them to have a direct intent, right? I guess it's kind of weird to say it like that, but the best way I could describe it right now is that it does feel like some sections of this game have, like, objects are in the foreground and very directly in the foreground rather than being something that is together, as like kind of like together with it, would be the way I would describe it. This game is very much a, like, I would describe it as like a quote video game-ass game, you know? Like, it very much is trying to do something very specific here. Okay, where am I? Whoop. Up. Do you like the, oh god. Ugh. Okay, we're good. Okay. Interesting. Again, it's like there's so many different aesthetics going on in this level. There are times where I do get mildly confused by the introduction of new aesthetics and new ideas, because it does feel like I kind of get hit by a large swath of ideas all at once. Shop. Was this the way I was supposed to go? Because I straight up feel like I don't think I fully feel like I know where I was going half the time there. No, I'm just not here yet. Sorry, you want me to do what now? Hey! Oh, what the... I don't know why, but that feels like that it shouldn't be there. Look, I know this sounds very weird, but it's like... I don't know why, but someone swearing just feels very off-kilter with this game. It just doesn't fit. I don't know what it is, but seeing someone say "what the hell," it just feels like, okay, that kind of... It kind of just took me out of it. I was like, what? It just like snapped me to reality. I don't know. That one kind of... It kind of feels like this whole game has been kind of padding around any sort of cursing. I don't know. It doesn't quite... I think maybe it's because of the aesthetic, you know, the art style, 2000s era feel of like the innocent animator. Maybe that's why I feel like I don't know, something about it just feels very wrong. You're working with Badesi, are you? I knew it. Calm down, I ain't work with the princess. Who are you talking to? A friend. Anyway, what have I told you about spying on people? It's rude. Also, her saying ain't? She doesn't... Maybe it's just her appearance, but she doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd say ain't. Hiding stuff from your friend is also rude. Who are you talking to? It's my secret boyfriend. I'd love to tell you all about him, but I have to go clean my cat's litter boxes. Bye-bye. Wait. She can't be too far. I need to find her. She teleported. What do you mean she can't be too far? Does teleportation have a limit in this world? I actually have no idea. Another thing I don't know if teleportation has a limit. Stop running away and tell me what's going on. Why are you acting so weird? Uh-oh, Monie's angry. Monie? Have fun with these guys. I'm sure fighting a bit will rid your system of that nasty rage. Ah, it's the Kamek move. I see. I'd stay to cheer you on, but like I said, I got litter duty. Take it easy, mini fairy. Which makes me so angry sometimes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's a lot of different mechanics to deal with at the same time. Oh my god. That's a lot of different mechanics to deal with all at once. Whack! Yeah, that's a lot. I will say that's a lot to deal with at the same time. Like that's that's basically three different bosses at the same time, but more specifically, it feels like, okay, that in particular having this many, yeah, that's a lot of different enemies moving to deal with. Holy Koopa Witch. Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel like I have to spend so much less time fighting and more time dodging. What the heck? Yeah, this one feels a bit less. I think what I'm seeing is this definitely feels like the developer had a specific intent for the fight. They clearly had an intent for this particular fight in terms of how you're expected to fight it. I don't know if it comes across in the way it's designed. Okay, one down. Okay, the hat went down very easily. Oh god. I can't reach that high. What the? Okay, wait, whoa, that is... What exactly am I supposed to be doing here? Ow. Oh, I have to restart the whole fight if I lose, that's right. Blech. I think specifically with the hat and broom, the hat and broom feels like, okay, like what am I... The like, motivation of the attack feels very bizarre. Interesting. I do think this game, unfortunately, does lean a lot into you have to memorize a whole lot to understand the game. Also, this doll is absolutely not doing a thing in fighting. Like, those little sword things do absolutely nothing because they keep missing. I just noticed they actually have been missing every single shot to you to fight a Magic Koopa boss. I guess so. I'm not sure what the deal is specifically with the doll here, but this doll does not always... Yeah, he doesn't land his shots all the time. Let me see if he can do damage. No, he does his damage. Okay. I think this one in particular feels a bit unmotivated. And when I say unmotivated, I mean like it feels very much like this particular fight feels like... Ow. Oh god, I screwed it up again. Blech. I think also bosses having only one theme feels a bit like a missed opportunity to me, maybe. Because it feels a bit like I feel like this boss fight in particular could have done with a bit of dressing for it to be a bit more akin to a boss fight of the Mario style. So it does feel it feels odd. I think some ways too, like I said earlier, I think the boss fight's having not particularly like, it kind of feels like the music is running the motion. It almost feels like the music itself is running the motions of, yes, boss music. Which is, that's perfectly fine, but it can be a bit, it's not quite as memorable as when the music and it has a very particular identity to it. I think it's because the melody seems to get lost now and then, like which instruments have the melody. I think that seems to be the primary culprit for why the music feels like I'm not quite visualizing this game with this music. I guess that's what it feels like. Like, it feels like this music might have been. It might be. It's funny. I guess the music feels a bit too serious for its setting. I guess my thought is that Aaron was right. I do feel better now. It still doesn't excuse her. She's one of my closest friends. Oh, that feels like a typo. That is a typo, Magic. She's one of your closest friends. Why would she hide stuff from me like that? I need to find out what she's up to. Yeah, that's a typo. Don't worry, everyone gets one. Everybody gets one. Hey, a bag of money. Man, I just realized I am not gonna be able to keep that money. Oh, it's in space we go. Oh, right, these things. All right, well, I know not to deal with these, so we're just gonna leave. Very cool. Hi, how's it going? It's going all right, Julian. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good in the neighborhood. Yep. Damn it. Actually, I think this is another instance of the game very clearly wanting you to. This is another instance of the game having a whole other section, as it feels, you know, where it's like, okay, yes, we're going to. Ow. We're going to have you do all these different things all at once. Why am I back here? I did not want to come back here. God dang it. I don't think I fully understand. All right, there we go. Good enough. But it's going good. I hope your day's well. We did pass the hour mark. I hope everyone's had a good weekend. For my part, I had people over. It was good, but not bad. Oof. It was a good time. We had people over. It was pretty good. I gotta stretch some more. Tough thing is whenever it's like a party of some kind, I always overeat. Oh, jeez. Ooh. Fun fact, carbon has atomic number 6. Oh, you're right. Thank you for the 6 months. Holy crap. That is exceptional. Look at that. Oh, man. Jeez. Also, I guess I think my brain's right now like caught on some of the grammar this game has had. The tough thing is, like, I feel like when it comes to writing certain things, it can be tough to keep all your eggs in order when it comes to stuff like this, like writing dialogue. Especially, the thing that happens is if you're writing in anything that doesn't have a spell checker built in, you will have grammar and spelling errors happen. Also, again, Julia, thank you so much for the 6 months. Sorry, I had a thought. I need to make sure I get it out of my brain before I lose it. But the thing I wanted to finish on was that the reason I bring that up, this here, Your Majesty, Majesty would be capitalized. Fun fact. Even like fictional monarchs, nevertheless, gotta be capitalized. Take her into the meeting room. I'll meet her shortly. Another character that's been... Send someone right away. You also received another letter from the council this morning. They demand an update on the Sugar Town situation. I know. They've reaffirmed their position, strongly recommend the kingdom approves the fairy village's independence. They need results by the end of the month or... Interesting. I said I know, Varen. We had the same damn conversation yesterday. Okay, yeah, again, I feel like this game swearing doesn't feel right. Sorry, it's just that we received another. Send them another letter saying I'll have results in a week. Wish you a great afternoon, my princess. Sigh. I don't know why, but sigh in parentheses feels like... I don't think we even needed it. I don't know, it feels like it could have just, like, the silence was more than enough to let the moment rest. How did you unify the whole continent by yourself? I can't even deal with a handful of fairies. We're the best, I just don't know what to do. Wish you're here to guide me, Father. Okay, well, we have some characterization from Bedassia. I don't think I have any money to spend. Unfortunately, we haven't had any money to spend this whole time. Yeah, 5 coins. Unfortunate. Ow. Blue saw. Okay. Huh. Okay, question. Where are these fireballs coming? Which expert? Interesting. I feel like I understand less of what I've done at this point. What? Now, I believe this is a Hatsune Miku rep for... Okay, well, there it goes. Well, I guess I could just die. I mean, it's not like my money's important. I could just retry. That's fine. Ow. I'll just die. Yeah, I think somebody... The thing I'm noticing with this game in particular is that they seem to like Vocaloid and they like Toho. That's what I know for sure. They definitely like They definitely like the Hatsune Miku. I think this music's pretty good. I think this one in general is pretty solid, though. This song seems to be pretty good. Whoa. Hello. What does this do? Finally, Erin's school. She better have some answers ready. Looks like she didn't shut down her security mirrors. Erin's school? Oh god. I feel like this is another case where I don't really know the context, really. I feel like this game must have a lot of extracurricular items in terms of the additional lore of the game. Because I'm not really sure what... Because sometimes I'm feeling like I don't really know the... Hey, a cat. I feel like I don't 100% know the backstory. Because it feels like I'm missing things, rather than... Because it feels less like I'm simply like, oh, it's like, oh, you just need to go look something up. It feels more like... Does this game have some Zelda 2 Devilfish? I haven't seen any yet, but I'm worried it will happen. Ow. Oh, god dang it. Ugh. Gotta go back up. But again, I guess one thing I am also having trouble with this game is that it does feel like feels like I'm dealing with a large number of mechanics. Whoa. I see? I feel like I understand less about what's going on now that this has happened. I'm really confused, I'm not gonna lie, man. I guess this is another one of those cases, though, of I don't really know what the expected... I say power level, but really, I don't really know what each character is capable of. Not knowing what a character is capable of can be a good opportunity for both, you know, good some like fun storytelling, because that means that you can have characters surprise the players, but it can also mean that players can feel a bit less like they know what's going on. Yep. This music's also not too bad. I think the... Oh god. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Ow, now I'm dead. But I feel like it can be a you know, a place of where you can surprise your player, but this feels more like a movement of confusion. So I'm not 100%. I'm not even 100% sure what this is. Is Aaron casting an illusion, or is this a or is this some sort of haberdashery of the... Oh god. Okay, there we go. Much better. I see. They give you a thing so you can get that specifically. That's not too bad. Ow. Oh, thank you, Silas. Well, again, I'm not 100% sure what the truth is. Or is this all a Kitsune dream? I have no idea. Music's not too bad here. I think I think the music's pretty good, but it feels like, again, it feels a bit like I don't really... Okay, there we go. Whoa. I don't think I feel like I'm like... The way I would describe how this feels, it feels like I'm not quite in on the joke, you know? Like, that would be the way I describe it. This feels a bit like you're not in on what's going on. Ow. And if I feel like it might be one of those things where if the game... I wouldn't say if the game had to explain everything, but I do feel like without the knowledge in-game, it does feel like I am missing some core pieces to the puzzle. Oh god. I do think, though, in general, though, I feel like one of the things I said earlier was that the platforming feels like it goes with the character. And I think at the very least with this level design, even though some of this stuff feels very confusing in some ways, I will give the developer credit that they did a pretty solid job of making it so the levels still feel... Like, it feels like they naturally flow with the character's movement. That's one ugly tin chicken. I hope it's only here for decoration. Of course, it's a killer robot. Today's definitely not my day. Ow. Ow. Oh, that was too bad. Okay. Not bad. I do think this background is getting a little bit hard to look at over time, though. Oh, I missed the button. Well. Ah, I see. Oh, what are you gonna do? I feel like I don't fully grasp. Oh god. I feel like of all the other things I don't really grasp, I feel like the one I'm... Oh god. I feel like the one I'm not getting is the... Maybe it's just the mechanical reason. Maybe it's just the reasoning, some of the logic. I do think the whole dash thing, like being able to dash but not really being a... It's not really a dash that feels like it... I said it earlier that it feels a bit like the dash itself is... It's odd that it's only motivated by your movement rather than being a forward dash. Like, it's not a forward dash where Because see, you can activate the dash here and then just come to a dead stop. So it's not quite like other games. I'm thinking of Spyro or... Say, I think Crash 2 had a similar thing where if you dash forward, you had to finish the movement. So it's very different than... It's very different than other dashes where you have a... I think ironically, I feel like it's almost like a bit too much control. It sounds odd to say, but it feels like for a dash button in specific, it feels like a very odd amount of control. Which is a bit... It's definitely a learning curve to understand it. I think in particular, some parts of this track feel a bit like, okay, how far have we come from the origins of this level, right? Then again, I think that's probably true of, like I said it earlier, that this game has a bit of a weird habit right now of, like, very specifically the thing I'm thinking of is how this game's, it has this odd habit of mixing mechanics. I guess would be like the way I'd put it, but it feels like rather than each level having a set mechanic and then, working from there to, you know, like expand on that one mechanic and work on it, it feels like this game it continues to introduce a lot of different mechanics very rapidly. And I said it's fine, but it still does feel a bit like, by the end of the day, it does feel a bit, feels like it's a bit dense to take in all at once, you know? And yeah. I am wondering now, though, if I needed to watch a primer of some kind to fully understand this particular game, though. So I feel like I am missing a fair bit of the lore, as they say. Oh, God. Oh, thank God it can't take off without me. Some of this level design also I'm getting a bit lost in, I think. But I think maybe it's also because, again, like I think the visual stimulus is maybe part of the confusion, I would say. Oh, I shot it too high. Crap baskets. Yep, I shot it too high. Oh, okay, well that's GG. Oh wait, no, I could do, yep, there we go. There we go, not bad. Okay, not bad. Ow. Okay, just high enough. Okay, secret map. Oh, that's not too bad. I do want to try and get everything I can before, like, if we're gonna go through this game, I do want to try and get everything we can, but I do feel like at times I'm ow. I feel like at times I am much more lost than I anticipated. But it's just definitely a me problem, I find. I think in terms of the ways that this game has handled itself, I think the majority of my own personal gripes are more on the, like, on certain aspects rather than being like the game itself being like, I don't know how best to put it. Privilege owns 10, the rest of strays. Every feline is welcome here. Okay. I think this is one of those instances where the game does have a particular, I would say a particular expectation in regards to what the player would know. And I think that can be risky. I would put it that way. Ow. Wait, this is all optional, so... Whoa. Wait, where am I? This looks like somebody's room. Whoever chose the wallpaper has great taste. Do they? I mean, it's stripes. It's not too bad. Mom's letter. Hope you're doing fine. Did you know your brother's heading off to magic school? I hope you end up becoming a teacher. I can't believe my little Aaron is now teaching magic. This is supposed to be... I don't think I fully understand. Is it supposed to be... Oh, it's... So it's... This is Aaron's room. Hello. Hands up. Let me through and I won't blast you. Chill, I don't care if you go through. Really? Your perfume smells incredible, by the way. You notice that Sharana's new... What the heck is that title? Llama Tears Heavens Series Black Edition totally blows Jumbly's Turtle Sweat Pink Bubble Fragrance? Is that how it's supposed to be spelled? Fragrance? Lost with breadcrumbs help? I don't know if breadcrumbs would, but I don't know. Whoa, why did you spray it directly in my face? Now my eyes sting. You'll survive. You don't have to say you have to suffer to be beautiful. What are you doing in Aaron's school anyway? Are you... No, Aaron's my cousin. I've been crashing here since my mom kicked me out. She didn't like the graduation party I threw at our house while her house. Really? Don't look at me like that. How could I have known it'd end this badly? Mom never told me your plants were carnivorous. No, not that. You're Aaron's cousin. Can you help me out then? She's one of my best friends. She's been acting weird today. Pretty sure she's hiding something from me. If you could answer a few questions, it'll help me figure out what she's up to. I feel like I'm very confused right now. Haven't introduced ourselves. And you think I'd share personal information of my own blood with a sketchy home intruder? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Monie. Namya. Okay, now let's talk drama. Aaron's a purple magic adept, or a purple witch. This kind of magic is all about teleportation, metamorphosis, and combat spells. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't dig purple magic. There are kind of multiple things here that feel... I feel like this is one of those things where since I don't have any concepts for any of this magic stuff, I have no idea why. Like, it's one thing to be... I do think it's good that the game is confident that it's... Because it's pretty directly being like, okay, yeah, we trust that the player is just going to like, all right, follow along with us. But it does feel like without a grounding as to what is and isn't in this game, you know, an understanding of, okay, there's magic, but how does it, like, I don't know, have the basic, I don't have like a basic, what is magic in this universe kind of vibe. And a lot of it's been vibes based because it's like, okay, you can fire little laser beams and you can fly. Well, I mean, you can fly, but your ability to fly gets stolen. But there's a whole lot of questions that haven't really been addressed in the game by itself. And being told purple magic, I'm like, I don't know what that means, man. Also, I'm a bee. I will say, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, you could just say, I'll be honest with you. But it's like, I understand that it's a modern lingo slang type thing. Generally, avoid slang in writing. Avoid slang, avoid those sorts of turns of phrase. If you are writing a period piece, it's fine. But if you're making a game to be engaged with later, to keep it out of the moment it's made, don't use slang. Ima is the slang. Don't do that. Like, it's creepy. You have to meditate, do weird ceremonies with skeletons, open your inner eye, other creepy stuff like that. Orange magic's the way to go. It's classier, prettier, just like me. But Namia's not my cousin. Poor Aaron. Anyway, I remember we first started magic school when we were teenagers. Her MAR was really something. What's an MAR? Oh, it'd be what is an MAR? MAR is magic acceptance rituals. It's a weird initiation ceremony that all witches must complete to be accepted in magic school. Hers was a few hours before mine. It was so disturbing it almost made me go home and forget about magic completely. What's so different about hers? Usually an MAR is easy. You walk to a crystal ball, an old mage sings to you for a bit. You cut your finger with a special knife and pour blood on the ball. The crystal absorbs it, slowly taking the color of the magic you'll devote your life to. Aaron's didn't go that smoothly. When her blood touched the crystal ball, all the torches went out. Then 10 seconds later, they relit, and Aaron was on the floor in a pool of her own blood. What happened? Her back was all bloody, like someone had slashed her with an... What is... Did you ever find out who or what did this? No, I'm pretty sure it's a prank spell or something. Magician pranks can be hardcore. The weird thing is that the crystal ball kept her devotion result during it all. Imagine if she had started her MAR all over again. Ball turned purple. I thought she was gonna be a yellow witch. Yellow type of girl. What does that even mean? Oh, I'm getting a call from Mel. I gotta take this one. See you later. Okay. Aaron's purple book. There's a lot here. What the heck? I think the tough thing is that I know that this feels like you're supposed to ask all the questions, but it does also feel like, okay, but I feel like I'm understanding less when I'm... Because it feels like I'm not quite caught up with the rest of the world. But let's see. Now that her devotion was chosen... Okay, we have to read all... We have to read. Unfortunately, ODaM has to read. Let's see. Aaron left to the East Continent to study purple magic. Studying it at a school of magic is hard, like real hard. Even had trouble completing it myself. Still, Aaron has never been good at school. She's always been a dumb kid with a good... I don't think I okay. I need to break it down. I think, critically, this is a lot of telling. And the tough thing is that it's not telling as in... Because it's one thing to give information, but this is telling of a character, of like of characterization. And this is skipping a lot of the character work that would normally be done in dialogue or action. So a lot of this being from, and also being from the perspective of somebody with that also we don't... Tough thing is it's very hard to like look at this character and be like, okay, do I trust her entirely? And I'm like, I don't know. Because I don't know this person very well. Got through basic magic rather easily, but you have to pass the 3 levels of basic magic. Advanced magic. You do, I will say, this one is a little tough because this one is grammatically, past the 3 levels of basic magic, advanced magic, and master magic. The tough thing with this one is that grammatically you'd want to say the 3 levels of magic and then like semicolon, then list out the other 3. The 3 levels of magic to graduate in basic, advanced, and master magic. You'd want to restructure that sentence because this one's a little awkward. Not surprisingly, my cousin got more and more distracted and she failed advanced magic. She couldn't have retaken the class. That would have cost serious cash. She was broke as pie crust. You can ask your parents for money and they were dirt poor and like a trillion other kids to take care of. I don't think I fully understand. Okay, do I actually... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna dip. I'll see you later. Oh, I didn't have to read all that. Oh, see. Unfortunately, I feel like the tough thing is that it does feel like it's a lot. It's a chunky amount of information to read through, and I don't know these characters. But more specifically, it feels like I'm being given a lot of information about the world, but not the characters. Which might sound like a bit backwards because we were just reading about a character, but like, and it feels like we were getting some information on the world that way, but it didn't quite feel like we were being informed of like, how do I put it? It felt a lot like we were being told a whole lot about the characters, but it didn't really relay that much information that's actionable, nor... I don't want to say not like... It's not, because it's certainly information, but I think the tough thing is that it feels like the particular... Okay, I will also say I'm not really sure what the point of this puzzle is. Just I just jump in cauldron. They call him the cauldron. That. They call him the cauldron. So. Ah, I see. It's just where the candy is. Understood. But I do think that this... I think the tough thing is that when it comes to character writing, the best thing you can do is show and tell. Because what you want is your character to explain, to showcase something, while at the same time, you want this character to not be... You don't want to slow the story down 100% to stop and tell. Like, I think the specific thing is stopping and telling. I think that's the real truth of storytelling, at least to me, right? Is that if you are going to tell me something, if you're going to tell me something about the world we're in with this game, I think the key is that... Oh, hello. It's been 23 minutes in this level. I have 18 coins. I still cannot afford anything. Okay. Interesting. Hi, the Urple Zone. Hello again. Better not run away this time. We need talk, Aaron. Alright, fine. I'll get some snacks at a board game. We'll chill for a bit. Stop playing dumb. I want to know who you're talking to earlier. You told me to know that it's probably someone bad. Please tell me you're not involved in stealing my power. No, of course not. Why would I, right? That'd be silly. Let's forget about this and go read comics. I got the newest edition of Mr. Lightning. Alright, that's it. I'll have to kick your butt if I want answers. Aren't we feisty today? It's been a while since we fought. Don't go too hard on me now. Ah yes, Urple Meteor. Ow. I see. Oh, that was pretty good. Hey, you're a tough little lady. Congrats, you bested the mighty Purple Witch. Too bad I can't stay for your victory party. Okay. Darn it, the cat trick again. Should have seen that come. Wait, why did you say darn it here, but then someone else says damn earlier? At least the exit is right here. The Bedacius castle shouldn't be too far. Erin won't talk, I'm sure she will. I did, okay. Can't believe she beat me this badly. My back's going to be feeling that fight for days. At this rate, she's going to get to Spillani's castle in a day. I knew Monie was a fast flyer, but she might be an even faster runner. I need to up my game if I want things to end well. First, let's take a minute. I'm exhausted. What a screwed up couple of days we've had, huh, Cookie? My head's spinning around like crazy. How about you? Seem to be on the top of Mount Zen. No anxiety, no doubts, no regrets. Just a furball living in the present. I used to live like that too, you know, but now someone I care about needs me. I just can't mess around, you know? Should have seen her. She was so down in the dumps after the incident. I'd do something, even if it meant... Oh, Soya's here. I know you two sweethearts had a date tonight. I'll be on my way. Okay. Won't even have a minute to spare thinking about my celeb. What is going on? Go, call me tomorrow. We'll go get lunch. My treat, of course. Today's gonna be productive. I can feel it. I'm so confused by this dialogue. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like my heart's going to explode. Looks like that book was right. Positive thinking really does give you second wind. Might be the 4 energy potions I chugged after dinner, though. Now, where were we? Yeah, I guess the tough thing right now is that it does feel like some of the... Hello. If it isn't Zeven Raven, the infamous lazy king of Linnell. What are you doing at Spillane? Does that mean you're avoiding your royal responsibilities again? Perfect, just who I wanted to see. What are you doing, Monie? I want to know what you're doing. Your castle's on the other side of the world. You must have a good reason to travel all the way here. My dear Rosalia's birthday. I wanted her to have the time of her life. I don't think there's a better spot on top of Spillane's famous Crystal Mountain. Don't you agree, my queen? It looks like she's having the time of her life. Good job, my king. She's definitely not bored out of her mind right now. She's not bored. She's just tired, right? Wait, that's it. Go fetch us some honey, vile pixie. I'm sure it'll surely revitalize my precious queen's body and mind. Nice servant. I can get you honey, but not for free. Since you're fulfilling a king's request, I'll give you a royal medal. It's an honor very few people have received. Medal, huh? Sounds good. I'll go get it. Giant beehive a bit farther to the east. Don't make us wait too long. Alright. Okay. Bees. Bee platform. Ah, it's the sticky walls. Good. Okay, I will say good tutorial usage of... Oh, I straight up did not even see the spikes. My brain just didn't internalize them at all. That whip. Oh god. I see. Ow. I don't think I... Okay, you know what? Just die. Okay. Yep. Okay. You ever just mess up a platforming section so badly? You just kind of think like, yeah, I'm just not dealing with that right now. Oh, that's a... Okay, wait, whoa. That's actually a really hard... That's a weirdly hard jump. What the heck? Huh. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. That feels like... That's an odd one to put in like that. I will say that I will also say this ground texture is kind of tripping me out. Something about it feels odd. Like, the best I can describe is it gives me that trypophobia type feel. I'm not entirely sure why though. Like, I couldn't quite explain why it gives me that feeling, but ow. Yeah. God dang it. Ow. Yeah, I am never going to buy any item ever, apparently. Okay, well. That's on me. Some of this is on me. I think some aspects of this level are just me being a fool, but... Up. Ah! Oh, that timing was awful. I should have seen that coming. This is definitely another level, though, where they've introduced multiple different mechanics, and then... I think the one thing that's kind of getting to me is on top of the new mechanics, I do think the tough thing I'm running into right now is I'd say that tacit feeling of like, okay, yeah, there is the visual language changed again, and I think that is a bit of a problem. Because I think the visual language of what a threat is in every level being different does also mean that your eyes have to kind of like, you have to blink and readjust to understand what you're dealing with. I think unfortunately this one, I think these like weird gray hexagon ones, these ones I don't think these quite work as well for keeping it in the player's eye, so they know what they're looking for when it comes to the threats in the area. So I would definitely say that this one feels like at times the level itself kind of breaks some of the rules it's established. Ah, crap. Yeah. Come on. Ah, crap, dude. Might actually have to go the other way entirely. Ow. Oh, God. Ow. And this one, and these things crossing... Those things crossing does also feel a bit weird. Well, a shame, but we're not getting any of that money. Oh, well. I feel like the tough thing is that with the game's core mechanic being the glitch system, the tough thing is that sometimes it doesn't feel as natural to want to do the glitch stuff rather than wanting to do something like... I think sometimes just the internal desire to want to just mess with the platforming sometimes overrides the... I guess it would be the logical feeling of, oh, I should probably use the glitch beam so I can see what... Ow. Brain, work with me here, please. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. Because I feel like sometimes I just want to be... I kind of just want to do the platforming. Because I think the platforming is really fun, but the game does very clearly have a desire to point you towards using the glitch system instead. Like using all the glitch beam stuff. And that's well and good, but I do think that at times it can be like, okay, well, I would like to use something else instead. It feels a bit at times like I want nothing more than to just focus on... I want to just focus on doing the stuff with the... Oh, yeah. Owie. Alright. Oh, God. Also, the wave being just fast enough to snap you on the way through. I will say it is that. Okay, wait, hang on. How? Okay, well, that's on me. Some of these are just on me, but man, sometimes I'm like, okay, I feel like. Oh man, it's the one that's getting to me is this. Is where it's like you have to drop between two things that will slow you down immensely if you touch them. So if you touch one of the walls before you get to a like an ideal spot to hide. Oh, that one's not even part of the wave properly. What the heck? That's weird. I'm not sure about that one, Chief. That I whiff. Nuts. Dinner time. 5. Wait, why coins? Interesting. Ow. Oh god. Okay, we're good. I feel like this level in particular, though, I think the tough... I think for me, this one feels... I don't want to say out of place, but it definitely feels like it doesn't quite feel like any of the other levels in the game. In a bizarre sort of way. I think some of it's also the music. Because I'm not really sure why... Because the thing I'm thinking of is it feels a lot like Alien music. Like as in it has this very Alien feeling music rather than feeling very... It doesn't quite feel like it's... It doesn't... I guess the funny thing is it doesn't quite feel... Oh god. Ow. God dang it. It doesn't quite feel like the rest of the soundtrack in totality. Ow. I screwed that up so badly. Not sure how I screwed that up so badly, but I did. Yeah, I think I am noticing that. But, oh, what the? Okay, there we go. Interesting. Like some of these platforming challenges do feel pretty solid and they're pretty satisfying to figure out, but at times it feels like it is just as well that I brute force certain aspects. Oh, I hit both of them. Interesting. So the hitbox of the glitch beam can be shared between multiple targets. Okay, interesting. Okay, we're good. Ow. Intriguing. What? I didn't realize I had that little health. Holy crap. I am starting to wonder, though, about my ability to... Not even so much to beat the game, but just also, man, the number of times I get knocked out in these levels. Oof. One, knock me down a little bit on the being good at gaming. the bar. Oh, jeez. I think it's specifically some of these challenges feel like they are expecting... I think what it might be is that there's a lot of this game that seems to expect exterior knowledge. What I mean by that is it feels like... Because, like, you saw that jump there where I dropped down? We used it earlier in the game, but that's a particular technique that only comes if you know... Because it's not something you really get... I would say the best way to describe it is it's not something that most big mainstream platformers will teach you. Not so much because it isn't a like it's not a common technique, but specifically because it's a common technique among, I would say, like the, how would I put it, like the indie, I would say indie platformers love this trick. The it's specifically the one where you have to drop from a very specific height. You drop from a height down onto a platform. Whoa. Hey, mama. Okay, we're back here. So that was... Wait, was that all for money? Man. I hope I get to keep this money, because that would suck if I don't get to. Whoa. What? Are you the queen of the hive? I'd like some honey, please. Honey can't be given to outside. Protocol 8 prevents it. Come on, you have tons of this stuff. I only need a jar. You won't even notice it's gone. Honey can't be given to outsiders. Protocol 8 prevents it. Protocol 8. You sound dumb. We think you sound stupid. We also think you look stupid. Looks like you don't have a protocol against insults, huh? Threat detected. Activating battle protocol 14.3. Oh god. I think there's a boss that's just like this, but I'm trying to think of what the name of it is. Oh god. Okay, I do need to ask a very important question. Why does this particular enemy get a special theme? Oh god. Why does she have a special theme? I have been... Okay, one thing I will say, other thing, I didn't... that one felt a bit odd because they haven't trained me to find enemies like that where you can't hit them back. That's a curious one. Okay, orange bees cannot be hurt. Understood. Interesting you can't infinite mash either, though, so that's a curiosity. Bing bong. Well, that was pretty easy. Defeat QB. Anyway, I'm sure there's honey nearby. Okay. Hey, look at that. Got honey. Hello. Ew, here's your honey. Don't drop the jar because I'm not going back in there. Oh, wow, I feel great. I feel better already. Thank you so much, oh great magical being. It's nothing. I'm glad I could help out. I mean, your king couldn't do much. Someone had to step in for him. No, here's your reward. Now leave us alone, little pest. Steven, don't insult this cute little forest child. You should always treat Mother Nature's creations with respect and dignity. Funny enough, Mother Nature is also one you have to capitalize. That's a proper name. So, you should capitalize that one. Sorry, my queen. I apologize for my rude behavior. Another one also capitalized. And could you please leave, little forest child? Sure, I had to go anyway. Be careful on your trip back home, you two. Thank you again. I shall never forget this day. Stay safe, little fairy. You got a shiny medal. Okay. Not bad. I'm gonna go back to Sugar Town and see if anything has changed. I think we'll see what we got. Take a gander. Let's see. Nothing's changed here. Locked. Let me go check Allison's shop. Maybe something else is here? Hi, Monie. I'm Damien, Allison's bodyguard. Oh, cool. Okay, bye. Okay. Hello, Allison. Can I buy anything? Can I afford anything? No. No, I cannot. Because these items, I'm not particularly incensed to buy them because they don't feel particularly... The way I would put it is it feels a bit like I don't think I particularly want to buy something that's temporary. So permanent buffs are probably the way I'd want to go. The Katani's tent. Hello. The great Monie stopped by my tent. Great to honor you. Hey, Demir, how do you know me? How could I not? Everyone knows the legendary fairy makes some mockery of the Spillane army daily. Looks like even humans heard about my might. Did you travel to Sugar Town just to see me? I did. I'm in no position to ask for a favor, but I desperately need your help. You see, there are rare blue coins scattered around the great Spillane continent. I need them to pay the rent of my grandmother's puppy orphanage. It's the only currency the League of Evil Landlords will accept it, and if I can't get them, the puppies will have nowhere to go. I see. Not to mention the orphanage is located next to a pumpy hunting club that uses dog pelts to antique candy activists who hate cone-shaped hats. We need to find the coins right away. I collected myself by far too late to explore such a dangerous land. Came here, need the help of the legendary Monie. Don't worry, I'll help you. Too good for us, Monie. Humans are not worthy of such kindness. It may not be much, but I'll trade unique items with you for the coins you bring me. Okay, what do you have? Oh, I have 4 A coins. Turns Silas into a pixelated friend. Turns Tristesse into... Oh, these aren't too bad. You know what? I'll buy this one. Hi, Katani. I want to see the compendium. Let's see. Sugartown. Let's see. Monie's loyal friends of Sugartown. They might not be good at fighting, but they help Monie in a request by giving her plenty of tips, food, and love. Let's see. Graduate archaeologist. This gal's the real deal. She's got the biggest artifact collection in the real world. Yep, that's me. Here's a stunning but shady businessman who loves to make great deals. Bring him rare coins that'll give you unique and probably illegal items. Okay. Allison. Friendly soda addicted shopkeeper. Prides herself in selling the highest quality items on the market. Rumor says she's the daughter of a major celebrity. Known Al for such her long. Bleh. I've read multiple things. Her fashion business kicks off one day. Her tailoring skills are impressive. Alice's mom pays these two cool-looking dudes to protect her daughter. Good luck trying to hurt Al while this duo is around. Sai's a young man with a heart of gold. Damien, on the other hand, is very professional and cold. They complement each other very well. Once a rogue, Ziva became king after committing a coup d'etat. He's married to Rosalia, a princess known for obsession with plants. Rumor has it that Rosalia is close friends with Linnell, the god of nature. I'd love to have a god friend. I'm sure he'd take care of the bill every time we go out on the town. Namia, she's Eric's cousin. I never would have guessed. Okay, one thing I will say, the pages not being illustrated, like not having something that tells you how many pages you have is a bit, I'm like, I can't quite tell where we are. Oh, I see. So I can go this way to look through all of it. I see. Interesting. Okay, creatures. Mr. Interesting. So we can see notes on all of the various enemies. More fat means more respect. I see. Good on them for having all these notes for all these things. I like this. It is nice seeing that they have notes. Every animal residing on the purple path enjoys the leak singer's chant. That's why these plants have no natural predators. I want vegetable juice, but I only have $2. What can I do? I think that's a Miku reference. Interesting. It is nice that this whole thing has... I do think that it's funny that all of these have a very... It's clear that the world building and specifically this sort of stuff, the character stuff, is very lovingly rendered. But I think that's quite good for the game. I think this is pretty good. I do think this has been pretty good so far. I think the compendium clearly is made with a lot of love, so that's nice. Guest house. Is there anybody in here? This guy. Okay. Alright, time to keep going. Here we go. Tough thing is that since we don't have any upgrades or things that would allow us... It's crazy how much war stuff Badassia has built. Look at those scary machines. I have to admit she has talent. Just wish she'd use it to create nice stuff instead. Badassia's castle's on the other side of this battlefield. I better be careful if I want to get there one piece. I think one thing I've noticed overall is characterization has been... It's odd how much the characters like feel a bit... It's like they're light on the ground without being... I would say they're not... It's not like there's no characterization going on. It's more like the characters themselves feel a bit... How would I best describe it? It feels a bit like the only character who's had any sort of real screen time is Monie, but even then it feels a bit like... It feels like she only gets... She has so much because she has the most time on screen, rather than it being... It's funny to say that. It's like, yeah, of course, that makes sense, but it feels more like a consequence of just getting to hear her talk more, rather than being her having a lot of cutscenes. Ow. That's odd. I'm trying to find a better way to describe it. What the... What does it say? Here's a fun fact. Egg bombs are the only things that can destroy artillery, flying machines, and cracked walls. I see? Bomb blast. There we go. Interesting. Okay. I guess what I'm kind of getting from this game is that it feels like a lot of the thing I'm feeling like is it feels like a lot of this game's character writing and a lot of that work was done somewhere else. That's the vibe I was kind of getting from a lot of this game up to this point, is that it feels like the majority of the character stuff is not in game. Which does have me wondering a little bit if, like, how much I did miss while playing this game. Do you feel like this is another one of those songs that feels like it doesn't quite feel like it's from this game? It feels like this game's soundtrack is a bit sporadic. This feels like a middle of the game Fire Emblem song. Still a good song, but it's like the music is good in isolation, but it also feels a bit like, okay, but this feels like, I feel like we've jumped genre and game a couple times now. Oh god. So it's a bit curious for me. Like on the gameplay side, it feels a bit strange because we're jumping so much. Ow. Ow. Oh god. There's a lot of tech I have to use to jump proper. Oh god. Oh, yeah. Wait for me. Oh god. That. Ow. That one's on me. That one's 100% on me. I guess my question now is, what is the battle? Why is this battlefield here? Like, I don't need a big explanation, but it does feel like, okay, but why is there a battlefield out here? Is there like a succession crisis going on? Is there a fight? It does feel like I'm missing information again. You know, like it, I guess the thing I'm thinking of is it reminds me a bit of how I think I should have felt playing Fuga. Because Fuga, it felt like, even though I didn't need to know, even if I didn't need to know everything, because you didn't really need to know anything to play Fuga, it feels a bit like that in regards to the idea that, okay, this game is going to present you with this, these, like, you know, this world and these ideas. But with this game, it feels like I straight up missed things rather than it being, oh, there's a larger mystery at play, right? Like right now, it's just, okay, I'm missing a ton of world building and I don't really know where to look for it. Oh god. Oh god, game. Oh god. Okay. There we go. Not bad. I guess with this game in particular, it feels like if you're just here for the fun platforming, you don't really have to worry about the story so much, but it does feel like if you're trying to keep up with the story that's going on, it does feel it does feel a bit like, okay, you're going to be missing a lot of the pieces of the puzzle. And I think that could be problematic for a player who wants to get invested, because it feels like they don't really have the material to work from. If that makes sense. Ow. Oh, I'm out of glitch gauge, that's right. But I guess that would be my only real, like, okay, what are we doing here kind of thing. Oh god. Oh man, how are you supposed to deal with that then? Huh. Whoa. Well, I guess with this game, I'm looking at how it's been presented. I will say the backgrounds have kind of faded out of my field of view, which feels kind of bad because I can see the backgrounds are still pretty nice, but I do think the backgrounds have faded out of my periphery because I haven't been able to really focus on them because half the time I'm so focused on what's on the foreground that I don't really have time to admire the backgrounds because I'm kind of chasing what's going on in front of me. Oh god. I will say, good on them for putting they put those warnings up in multiple places. That's good. There we go. I like what this game's put down so far. I do think that parts of it feel... I think some parts feel a little less polished, but it's more specifically because of the... Ow. I think it might be something to do with the... Oh god, ow. Oh, I think we're cooked. Yep, we're cooked. Okay. Oh god. Ooh. I missed. God dang it. Nuts and bolts. Ow. Yeah, that dash is confused. It still confuses the crap out of me. Oh, jeez. Rear. All right, we're good. Ooh. Oh god. Okay, we made it. Ow. Ow. God dang it. It is curious to me that the level design feels a bit less... Feels like this particular level feels like... It feels relatively easier than some of the other stuff we've seen. I think that especially the B level. This level does not feel like it quite follows the B level if you get those things in that sequence. Curious. Whoop, whoop, ow. I think some of that might also be because of the way that the... Oh, well, that's awkward. Maybe because of the way that this level was designed, maybe? I'll say this music feels like... I think this music is starting to, like, wear in. One thing that I have noted is that if a video game's loop... It's one thing for the video game's music loop to be relatively seamless. You know, so it's like you do want to make sure that you can't... Ow. You can't 100% tell where the loop is. However, because the music resets whenever you die, the tough thing with this game is that sometimes you end up looping it multiple times anyway. But also, I think this music is so much more of a, you know, vibe. I said earlier that's kind of just a vibe. I think the tough thing with that is there's a weakness for vibes-based music where it's just, okay, here's the tone and idea we're going for. That does mean that if the player is in an area for too long, it can kind of feel like you stop noticing the music because it becomes more or less a background noise, kind of like white noise, you know? And I think the tough thing is right now, this music feels like white noise, where I'm not really able to focus on it. Because it feels like it feels like the music itself is just kind of, it's there. It's sort of like when you have a fan on in a room. It stops being a perceived sound and more like a continuous stimulus. I think part of it might also be, again, like I said that the music, particularly that it feels like it, I don't know if I want to say it lacks a melody, but it feels like the melody it does have feels very, I want to say like kind of specifically functional in the sense that it's like, oh yeah, it's a song with a melody, not necessarily a melody. It doesn't have a melody that's catchy. Ow. Okay, well, I'm just rushing. That's on me. Weird. So I feel like I feel like in some ways I'm missing something because I'm not quite able to hold the song, like some of the songs in my head. Ow. Which can be a problem, but with this game it feels like the game is more focused on the gameplay anyway, so one thing I have noticed with a lot of indie games, it feels like there is a direction they focus in, and then they have to sacrifice something in return, which I think is more or less more of a mark. I feel like it's specifically a marker towards. Hello, lady. Do what I do every day. On a cloud over a battlefield filled with war machines. Make it sound bad. Worry about me. Help me find the treasure hidden in this room. I'll get out of here ASAP. Also, ASAP is an acronym. You need to actually capitalize ASAP because it's an acronym. Fun fact. Because it's as soon as possible. So it's usually best to capitalize such things. Up. 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 Yep. Weird. Oh, I see. Bhutan. Oh, I need to find the other two crap baskets. You know what? Sure, I'll go find it. I'll go find the button, sure. Crap baskets. Back. I don't really know what these balloons are, though. Oh, God. Ah. Okay. Back to it. But I think, as I was gonna say, though, a lot of indie devs have a particular strength in their ability, and they have a particular weakness. I think the one thing, especially for small teams or individuals, you will lean on your strengths and have to come to reckon with your weaknesses, right? So I would say, frankly, the best example I can give is a personal one. On my end, personally, when it comes to the things I'm good at with, okay, well, I can't get that button now, so I have to die. But when it comes to my own personal strengths, I can write a story very well. I can write music, and I'm pretty good on the game design front. I think, you know, I got the degree. I know, I kind of know a little. But ow. Sky arrow. Okay. Interesting. Did you hit that button, or? I feel like I missed it again. I did. Well. Dang. Dang. So that one's a time-based one. Understood. But I think if I were to kind of gauge what this game's strength is, I think on the gameplay side, I would say level design is like in the middle somewhere. But I think on the gameplay side, like specifically Monie, I think Monie herself, probably one of the stronger parts of this game in total. Wait, what? I feel like I'm understanding less when I do this. What the heck? Okay, never mind. All right, well, whoop. Okay, well. What are you gonna do? In we go. All right, Red Knight. I am the sun. Spillani's loyal protector. State your purpose, small one. Okay. Hi, the sun. I need to talk to the princess. I'm a messenger from a kingdom far away, and I'd like to propose a deal. You cannot fool me. I was only testing your honesty, Monie. I should have known that the princess's #1 enemy was not only nasty, but a liar, too. But Assia told you I was nasty? She's way nastier than me. Have you seen her eat a turkey leg? Bad Assia, do not refer to her majesty using such a vile nickname. If I call her Majesty Super Cool Princess, can you let me see her? Your fairy trickery has no effect on me. I'll not let you disturb her, not now or ever again. Put an end to your reign of terror. Why don't rain over anything? I'm gonna start blasting. Faces that eternal light. That looks cool. Whoa. Ow. Oh, he's got after images. He's got after images. He's got polygons. Ow. Not bad. I like this guy's design. He's pretty cool. Whoa. Your purity magic is no match for the light of the Spillane Kingdom. Those shiny sparkles are bad. Don't they get to defeat him while he's in that ray of sunlight? Ow. Oh god. Okay. I'm a bit confused by this, but I'm like, I kind of understood immediately, like, okay, cool, go find the buttons. Good, that's good. I will say that's pretty solid. On the design front, pretty solid, because like, okay, cool, we're using mechanics we've introduced already. Ow. To do the thing. I can walk right through this, I see. Whoa. Because we just got introduced to specifically using the buttons for these mechanical things. That said, we haven't been using the buttons for the same purposes across the board, so this level making them have a very specific purpose does feel a bit odd, but it works. It works for this one because it does. They introduced it to us during this level, so that works out pretty well. Ah, now he has the. We blocked the sunlight. I see. Ow. Oh, we only have to do the second phase over. Oh, well, that's pretty generous. Oh, because the system itself has already said as much. That's right. Yeah, because the game already said if you're on a particular stage, then you only have to do that stage over if you die. So the game giving you precedent for it already having, because it basically has already told you, okay, yeah, if you, ow. Because if you've already if you're already on a stage, then you just have to redo that section. I guess it's one strength of the multi-phase bosses in this game is that you really only have to redo a part of them. That's curious. Okay. Ow. Ow. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Enough, I admit defeat. Okay, cool. Well, we won. Not bad. You bested me, Pixie of the Stars. No matter how ashamed I am of my defeat, it made me aware of my weaknesses, and for that I'm thankful. I need more strength to protect the princess. I shall retreat to the sky and face the sunset, which will sharpen my dull, rusty edges. You're weird. Farewell, Monie the Pixie. May our paths cross again where the sun shall shine brighter than the star. Can I just say that guy feels like he's not even part of this game? He kind of feels like he's like from an entirely separate series. Maybe that's the point. I don't know, but it does feel like, ow. It does feel a bit like, okay, yeah, that guy, this guy is on a different wavelength entirely. I see. Whoa. Whoa. All right, we made it. We didn't do very well, but we did make it. Not bad. I think I've consistently gotten not bad across the board. You worry too much. What is this small table in a random room? You're not fighting in the forest this time. She's on your turf. It's only a matter of time before Monie surrenders, trust me. You never saw her in action, I presume. Can't say I have. I think I get the picture, though. Dashing around, blasting magic while screaming inappropriate words. Typical fairy stuff. Now that your annoying maid is on a break and we're alone, may I ask you a personal question? Knock yourself out. In your luxurious town and rich countryside made me wonder, why do you even bother Sugar Town? What can a tiny fairy village bring to the Great Spillane Kingdom? It's simple. We had access to Sugar Town's natural resources when it was with the kingdom. Now that they're out, we have to import everything. It's a considerable loss of time and gold. Those are the generic political reasons leaders always spout their soldiers to justify violence. I want to know why you're so invested. What is up with this? Where it's like we're like, oh yes, the politics of why we're doing this. I know something's burning inside of you, and I want to know what fuels it. I'm sure it's all connected to Sugartown. That big muscular shell may fool everyone, but I see right through it. What's that supposed to mean? I don't think I even understand what it's supposed to mean. Okay, hang on. I have no water. You're not going good at hiding your feelings, but you have to open the floodgates occasionally or it won't end well. You're not an emotionless golem. Stop lying to yourself. I'm lying to myself. It's rather rich from you. Aaron told me about your ice cream and sobs episodes. Miss self-confident. Wait, is that a lady? Hey, I don't. Let's up chit-chatting for today. If you have nothing more to say about the skull, we should. Majesty, Monie just defeated the sun. She's heading here right now. What do we do? Ring the emergency bell and get everyone who can't fight out of the castle. I'm on it, my princess. You do as we planned. Are you sure? Stay here and help you with the big bad fairy. You laugh all you want, but that big bad fairy just defeated my best soldier. We're lucky Aaron didn't spill the beans. Monie doesn't know you're involved in all this and needs to stay that way. Do I have to remind you it's over if she gets us both? I know. I'll be on my way. Good luck, princess. Alright, Monie, let's settle this once and for all. This is, again, it feels like we're, like, coming up in the... We're coming up in, like, the last episode of something that happened before we ever showed up. I am uncertain. Say that having a fairy enter your home is good luck, but today's different. Better get ready. Hello. What is it? 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get through this whole level, huh? I see. So they want to introduce... I will say, this game has been pretty darn good about introducing mechanics right away and showing you how they're supposed to work. Pretty solid on that part. Also, yeah, I see the blue coin now. Dang it. Ah, what are you gonna do? Up we go. Okay, well, that's pretty good. I like this. I like this. This is pretty cool. I like this idea. This is a pretty good one. Another rip in time, but because I'm not really going to use do the rip in time stuff, I'm not going to worry about them. Good way to hide this, though. I will say this does kind of feel like we're kind of just waiting, though. I think this is one thing where it's again like sort of like the Herbalator boss, where it feels like when you don't really have much else to do, it can feel a bit awkward. Because you're really just waiting, you know? Ow. I missed. Hey, there we go. Gravity hole, there we go. Wonder what dictates which... I see that up there. Ow. Bomb blast. Oh god. Okay. What's back here? Oh, it just loops back. Oh well. Okay, well. Dang it. Dang it. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I feel like this one being a very vertical level is a curious choice. I also am seeing that they're very much testing if you know how to do dash jumping, which is probably good to know if you know how to do it. So that's pretty good, but it does feel like, it's a bit of an oddity. Whoa, oh god. Okay, I'm just... Well, like that one, you just kind of start dropping, huh? Beep, beep, beep. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, yeah. Ow. I feel like this is kind of easy to just kind of drop through everything, you know, where it's like, okay, cool, we're just gonna start falling through the entire area. I do like how regal this music sounds, but I'm also... Still, again, it does feel like I'm still mildly confused by the... What? Wait, they dropped 3 bombs now? What the heck? Whoa. Okay, how do I land here? Ow. Oh god. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Whew. Ah, yes, I see. It's the Hollow Knight method. Just start putting buzzsaws everywhere. I'm guessing this is why she wanted everybody removed from the castle, but also, why is it buzzsaws and gears everywhere? Even on a good day, you're like one button press away from everything going horribly wrong. Okay, there he goes. Why did he jump off like that? Oh, poor guy. Oh god. Ow. Ow. Interesting. There are many interesting design choices, I must say. Am I gonna die going? Oh no, it's just water. I was thinking, like, am I gonna die going through this? It's like, oh, okay, cool. It's just water. What's the worst that can happen? Truly. I think this game, though, the thing I'm noticing with its strengths is that I think in terms of the writing, it feels like the writing has it has some spots where I kind of feel like, okay, I can see what they're going for, but I'm not quite sure it's landing any further than, oh yeah, it's fun. Like it's clearly enjoying its time and it's having fun, but it's not quite doing the most with what it wants to do, I think. I guess the way I would describe it is it feels a lot like oh god. It feels like there are some gulfs between what it's doing and what it's kind of shooting for. Let me get my way or blast you. I'm not getting unknown's way, I'll tell you that for nothing. You're not gonna stop me? Aren't you one of the princess's goons? Goons is a bit harsh, but yeah, I work for the princess. My job is to look after the little princess's prisoners, is not to stop fairies from running around the castle. That's a relief. I'm glad I wanted to deal with your ex. So who are you? You're kind of like the son. Is he your brother, son? Son, you mean that pretentious red armor wearing bootlicker? No, I'm Boro. I'm the princess's uncle. I'm taking care of her ever since she was crawling around the throne room's carpet. I used to take care of her. I haven't seen her as much as I would have the last few years. Okay, I finished what I have of my water. I might need to go get a juicer, clock out water. Hey, how's it going today, Naroctum? Okay, you know, while I'm in this cutscene, one moment, I'm gonna go get another drink because I forgot to fill my water. One moment. Let me go get that. Probably get some beer. Also, Nahamaha, how are you doing today? I am surprised second it took so long to get claimed. Oh, jeez. Okay. There we go. Okay. Whew. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing good. Today was a lot of energy to do because it was my brother. It was we were celebrating a birthday, so I was like, okay. Because it's my brother, so I'm like, oh. But it was a lot of people I didn't know because it was his friends, so I'm like, there's a lot of me having to, okay, like, you know, feel out the social environs. Because, you know, you got to learn what jokes are good, what are not good. So you have to watch yourself, and I'm like, I have to watch myself a lot when I'm talking in public, so it's like, it's mainly just that I have to, you know, take care to just like, okay, I don't like, if I make jokes, I don't like to... I want to make sure that everybody's laughing with each other, I never want to make anyone like feel like it's a laughing at thing. But yeah. But anyways, it was a good day. And this game's been pretty good. Let's see. Your uncle, you probably know a lot about her. Can I ask some questions? See, you're another member of her fam club. Been getting a lot of visits from you guys lately. Sure, I'll share some info with you. I've been itching to have a good chit chat anyway. Oh my god, there is so much information you have to ask about. Well, let's ask some questions about the princess, I guess. Folks usually call her Princess Spillane or Her Majesty, but so I get why her first name is something of an urban legend. Worry not, I'll answer your simple query with a long story that'll free you from your ceaseless questioning. Let's start at the beginning. Her dad was a Spillane native, okay. And her mom came from a faraway land. They each had very different sounding names, and one of their daughters to sound like a mix of both. Came up with a list of names that looked good on paper, but not too pleasant to the ear when spoken out loud, not knowing what to do next. Asked for suggestions from their knights, maids, and citizens. They asked... Everybody gave it their all to help them name the future princess. Well, that's heartwarming. It was nice of them indeed, but it wasn't a good idea at all. The castle received thousands of suggestions every day. Should have seen the pile of letters scattered everywhere in the throne room. I had to chop up so many trees to make this madness happen. Now they had countless names to choose from. The new problem arose. How would they choose a name that would please everyone? The queen proposed a vote on the matter. That way no one would feel like their suggestion was unjustly ruled out. It's a lot of trouble for a name. Well, I assume a vote ended the mess, right? No, I'm telling you, I'm not pulling your leg or the chair you're sitting on. It ended in a tie, a 5-way tie. The people started arguing again, so the king stood up and said, why don't we let the baby decide? She was put in front of the throne and the names were placed around her. The room was filled with onlookers. Tension was palpable. After what felt like an eternity, the deafening silence was shattered when the princess crawled forward toward one of the papers, reached out, grabbed it, and munched on it. Ew. So that faded Sunday afternoon, her name was Amelia Spillane. The date was marked, and every year on that day we celebrate the Five Names Festival. Celebration which the community gets together to help lovebirds name their newborns. Well, that's nice. That's funny. For a kid, she didn't have a typical childhood. Being homeschooled unfortunately prevented her from making friends. On the bright side, not having other kids to play with gave her a lot of time to study. Spent almost every minute of her free time reading books on arts and sciences. She's quite invested in those classes. Art? I would have never guessed she was into it. Are we talking about the same princess? Never judge a book by its cover, they say. Little princess has always been creative. She was always building stuff. Sandcastles, clay animals, little wooden dolls, paper boats. You name it. I'd often take her to the market to get supplies. Even the princess's sheltered life, I'm glad she had a happy childhood. Okay, funny thing, that's actually a correct usage of the apostrophe S at the end of an S name. I will say, funny thing about that, most people get that one wrong, because it is actually, like, since it's a singular possessive, it is apostrophe S. Fun fact. Telling your great uncle. Thank you, little fairy. I needed to hear this. Thanks, buddy. I'll see you later. Meow. Alright, cool. Time to keep moving. We got lore about the princess. Sir. Whoa. 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 Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. The big slammies are kind of crazy. Oh, God. There we go. I'll ad break. Well, at least I get to have some money. I can have some money. That's okay. The bouncy ball. Oh, God. Meow. Whoa. What is it with the tiny one? Bounce ball. We haven't gotten a rare amethyst in a while. Jeez. All right. I feel like the thing I'm noticing with this game in total is that it's made up of a lot of composite parts. And then with these parts put together, with all these parts combined, we end up with a lot of different ideas kind of competing in some places. I think that's the best way I could describe this game in a way, is that it has many ideas that are competing. Whether that's a bad thing or not, I think it's kind of a hard one to decipher, because in some cases I feel like the numerous ideas also wait, hang on, let me look at something real quick. Hang on, I'm gonna double check. I see. Okay, so I'm guessing they might have had like some sort of art contest for the game, or maybe friends of the developer. Yeah, because I see a name signature right there next to that art. I see. I would wager that they probably had some sort of contest to have like, oh, here's the portraits of the princess that are going up. At least it's what it seems like to me, because these are very distinctly out of the style the game is set up so far. Whoa. We'll say in terms of a platformer, this one's it's not like insanely hard. I think most of my difficulty has been me just being, I think, playing too aggressively. Which is, as I think many of us would note, a genuine problem I have regularly is me not knowing when to not go crazy, trying to go forward. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Just sitting there thinking about it, like, why did I? Hello. I still can't afford anything. Ah. The Super Mario cannon. Well. Why are you here? I know, I'm sorry, I can't resist treasure. As you may have already guessed, I got here because I got a tip there was something valuable hidden here. You have a problem. It's a miracle you got this far without getting hurt. You need to get out of here right now. I'll go get it. You stay here, don't move it in. Just right, humans are the greediest creatures on the planet. Ceilings are good liars. Ceilings are good liars? Oh, I can't glitch it. There's no glitch. Oh, I see. Oh, I need to die then. What a shame. I feel like this is one of those secrets where I'm like, well, it's right there. I might as well go get it, you know? Okay. Meow. Meow. Okay. Another one of those ones where it's pretty obvious where... Oh, wait, I have no glitch. Oh, God. Okay, it's right there. Well. Well, okay. Ow. Wait, what is shooting the friggin' missiles? Is that where I need to go? Oh. Ow. Ow. It's nice that these guys drop items, or that they drop coins, but man, I will say these gold rings, because they dim out. Okay, one thing I can see. So you see how they change color as they fly forward? One thing I'm noticing with these that's a bit of a problem actually is that they actually almost match the background in their color, like the brightness of their colors. Which I realized only when that one hit me, that my brain did not internalize there was a thing there. Because I was focusing on where my guy was and where the platforms were. And I absolutely was not paying attention to where those things are, because I can't actually, like... For some reason, for me, it feels like I can't really, like, see them very well. Which I think that's a me problem for sure, but it does feel like... I think choosing that particular shade of yellow and brown for this one, a bit of a strange choice. I think even if they were like a brighter red, or if they darkened a bit more, because then they wouldn't match the background. It would just be like, okay, they're darkened out now, right? Ow. I think maybe that would help. Maybe that would assist the whole problem of not being able to really visualize them. Meow. Yeah. Hmm. I'm like, sorry, my brain is like trying to lock in for a moment. I think oh, no, wait. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. I will say, yeah, having the reset every time does also make me hurt a little bit. At least, again, it's like, it's one of those things where it's nice that it's not the whole game or, you know, the whole level, but there are times where it still gets tiring even when it's just one thing. Ow. Even when it's just go back to the beginning of the level, it still feels like, oh, geez. Ow. Here's the funny thing, this game is pretty darn close to what I'm working on right now, I would say. Which is probably why I know that on the game I'm working on, like the part-time job I've been on, the thing I've been kind of fighting my heart out for is to make sure that the gameplay is as strong as I can get it. They did have the demo, and I don't think I'd want to release it, personally. I think this is very much a personal thing, but it's like, it's in a state where the level is not complete, right? And I think something in my brain is just going, I don't think I would have put this in front of somebody. Like when Red Genie's demo came out, you guys saw that I pretty much waited until the entire introductory area was done before, and it pretty much stayed the same from demo to release. It was mainly just like balance stuff from other sections that I changed out. Oh god. Oh god dang it. Okay, we're good. I feel like that reminds me a little bit of what section was it in? I think it was Zelda 2 where it was one mechanic too many to deal with in an area. I feel like this one really makes me think, okay, someone definitely played either Hollow Knight or Super Meat Boy and absolutely said we need the buzzsaw. We need the buzzsaws on tracks thing going on. Certainly not a bad place to pull your inspiration from, but it does also, in some ways, it feels a bit like, okay, yeah, I can see exactly what they wanted from that. Whee! 20 minutes. Wow, that took a while. Hello, princess. How did you get past all my guards that quickly? Your 10 knights have got nothing on me. It's defeated your stupid army like a million times already. You should know what to expect by now, bird brain. Things adding up, but it doesn't matter. Do you know how the things ended the last time we fought? Do you seriously want to do this again? Just be reasonable for once and surrender. You cheated, that's why I won, but guess what? I brought my own cheat this time. Let's end this. See how pointless this is now? You can't win. Darn it, I'm just so sure I could do it. That wasn't a badass yet. She's just a big dummy. Yeah, you can do it. We can believe in you. Rowdy, Blondie, we're here to help, Monie. Might be strong, but everyone needs support sometimes. Annabelle, Dentel. Who the heck are these people again? Like, at least those last two. I don't know who they are. You got the best friends in the world. A fairy infestation. I thought I told Varen to reinforce the windows. I knew I should have done it myself. Thank you, everyone. I can't lose now that you're here with me. Badass, you're going down. Oh, God. I mean, I'm still down to 1 heart, so... Oh, God. Oh, God. I like how they have that big talk about, like, how we're going to win through the power of friendship, and I just get whooped immediately. Oh god. Ah, I see. And then we do the thing. Yay! She's still got a gun! I feel like her having a giant machine gun is kind of good, though. Oh, God. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ow. Nobody brought the HP healing cookies? Whoa. Bye. Alright, we're gonna be seeing this a couple times, aren't we? We're gonna be seeing this a couple times, aren't we? I think it's specifically whenever it's multiple. Again, it's one of those things where whenever it's multiple factors at the same time, I have to learn the pattern. Ow. It does kind of come down again to memorization rather than a specific amount of latent skill. It's like I could just I'm kind of just focused on, okay, cool, let's do. Ow. Because you just have to memorize her pattern rather than focusing on anything else, really. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Ow. Can I glitch her? No, I cannot. Ow. Ow. Die. I'm definitely not internalizing the fact that each attack has a different damage value. And because of that, I'm not really paying enough attention to the fact that her gun because her gun does a full heart of damage, whereas the boulders do half a heart, so wet. I will say though, maybe I don't know why the cookies give magic. I don't know. Oh, God. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stab it. Ow. Oh, God. Ugh. Oh, God. Ow. I'm probably gonna die this round because I don't think I'm locked in enough, frankly. Wait, did she just? Okay. Die. Just getting shot immediately is so funny. Yeah, this is why we have no money. This is also why we have no money, by the way. Because every time you die, you lose 5 coins, so I have... All of the money I got in this level is now gone immediately. This is why we have no artifacts. Oh, God. I feel like the thing I'm having trouble with is that the game feels like it wants you to go very fast, but it also, simultaneously, does not want you, in the slightest, to do anything but be careful on a playthrough of the boss fight. Like, it feels like with this boss fight, it feels like they really don't want you. They really want you to do nothing more than to be careful. Even though the game has like speed stuff built in, so it's curious that they. Like, some of these boss fights really want you to play a bit slower. Ow. God dang it. Yeah, I'm definitely not locking in enough to remember all the patterns, because I am absolutely losing it. Oh, God. I also think I might need to get rid of this doll, I'm not gonna lie. Because I think, ironically, I think this doll thing is actually training me in a bad way. Because it allows me to sometimes tank a hit. Yeah, I noticed it there, too. I noticed it. So... Okay, so did you guys see how in one of the moments when, like, when I'm dodging that attack, you know, sometimes I'll like kind of miss the jumping, and then because Silas can see that doll thing next to me. If sometimes when I get hit, it'll trigger and I won't get hit by the attack, right? Well, the problem with that is that it does mean that if I have bad timing on my dodges, and I whiff on that. If I whiff on that and I don't realize it, I get trained into bad timing. It's something I've noticed with actually a lot of bosses in this game is I think Silas actually trains you into bad habits. Because it means that if you unknowingly get a freebie on dodging certain things, you won't know until you get hit by it and go, oh, why did I get hit by that time? Like that one, for example, with the bomb. Because that bomb I realistically should have taken damage from, but because Silas took it for me, I didn't have to. Ow. Yeah, see, I'm being way less careful. Feels kind of like I'm banking on getting the... Ow. I'm also being way less... I am not really moving fast at all. This is not good of me. This isn't a particularly hard fight. My brain just isn't doing it right. Oh god. I didn't know she could activate it that way. That's funny. Oh god. Nope, I died. I also notice I'm regularly running. I actually feel like you need to run towards where she's going when she's charging you. Yeah, because you want to stay over here because she stops firing. Her projectile basically stops there, like near her. Which sounds... Because it feels less like it's a projectile, more like, okay, she's just dropping a bunch of things. Oh god. Ow. Kind of like she's making a part of the floor volatile instead. Alrighty. Unfortunately, also, the music is kind of repeating too much, so it's another thing where the music is not particularly... Ow. Another one where the music is not locking in for me, so I'm like, well, you know. Oh god. Comfort. Yeah, it just makes the area over there volatile. Oh god. Ow, my face. Ow. Okay, well... I am definitely not keeping it together for this fight. I don't know what it is, but this fight is just not doing it for me. I could not tell you why, but for some reason this fight is just not... Like, I am not with it for this fight. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm just not... I feel like the boss fights in general, I have not been very focused. Which is unfortunate. I think that's very not cool of me. Whoa. Ow. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I actually block in a little bit, but I'm also... Whoa. There we go. A moment to shoot. Oh, never mind. Never mind. No moment to shoot. Ow. It is kind of fascinating to me that it's really her... Some of her patterns seem very irrelevant. Like, they seem to not really care whether or not you're doing something specific. Oh god. There we go. Oh, for... Bleh. This is the part I want to just blast. Hey, we're doing good. What? Loud. Oh god. Oh, I see. Ah. Oh god. Owie. Oh my god, that was like Pixel. Oh yeah. Oh jeez, I had to really lock in there. Hang on, I'm gonna drink some more juice while I'm here because I'm way tired. Hang on. Oh, that's funny. I'm noticing a surprising amount of lethargy in my movement. Ah, jeez. Whew, okay. Oh god. Ow. Ow. I took that damage just for kicks, I suppose. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Okay, we're doing better this time, but man, not by a large mark. No, never mind. We have no health. We are cooked. I'm so cooked. Nope. Oh, I didn't. Oh. Oh man, I am definitely not with it. Oh man, that's not good. Again, also, I feel like one thing I'm having trouble with is the fact that I don't really know the depths of this conflict. I just know that these two, or at least Monie isn't really a big fan of the princess, but I don't really understand their conflict other than the fact that I at least understand to the degree that I guess the problem is I don't actually know much. I'm thinking now about like what do I actually know about why we're doing this, and I guess specifically I also don't really know why my brain I just realized how much I did not save to memory what the name of the kingdom. Because Spagonia is a kingdom in Sonic. I know that. Why am I saying Spagonia? My brain really did not save the name of the country. Oh god. That's not good of me. I do apologize. Well, it's like, again, I like to respect the lore of games, but I don't like it when my brain doesn't save something to memory like this. Yeah, I saw Silas go off again. God dang it. The freaking puppet thing has definitely been training me to be very lazy about my dodging. Unfortunately, I think this puppet might be the like, I should not have equipped it, actually. I probably should not have. I straight up should not have equipped this thing. I think it actually has gotten me way too lazy. Oh, interesting. Does she only take damage on certain frames, or? Ow. Okay. Again, another instance of Silas is training me. Oh god. I feel like this boss fight in particular, it feels rough to redo because there are so many like particular phases you have to just get through. Alright, not bad. Ow. God. The unfortunate, you know what it has too? It has that Kingdom Hearts feel where if you have to redo a section over and over again, you have to see cutscenes multiple times. It definitely does start to weigh in your brain differently because you start reading it over and over again. Unfortunately, I am mashing, so... Okay, I do just need to dodge. I do not have the HP for any of this. Oh god. Ow. Whoa. Wait, what? Oh, I thought why did the bull just still have a hitbox? God dang it. Oh well. Ow. Well, I choked. You know what? Just send me back, dog. I am not making it through the second phase with this much health. Ugh, jeez, need to blink some more. Jeez. I do appreciate that this boss fight does actually require you to use all of your like a good chunk of your mechanics, but what I'm noticing is that you don't really need to dash or use. Like, a lot of your mobility is not really required. It's more or less just it could be helpful, but not really. Not really necessary. Unfortunately, the song also ends near the same spot every time, too. Oh boy, here we go. Whoa. Okay. Man, that shield comes back really fast, huh? Ow. Ow. Oh god. Guy! What? I keep forgetting. I keep missing. I keep flubbing the dodge there for some reason. Oh god, dang it! Oh god, man. Maybe I can get enough damage on her to make this worth it. Okay, there we go. Not bad. Oh, for the love of crap. Oh, God. Oh, God. God, just let me... Oh my god, and she... Oh no. Oh god. Nope, no, 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 no. Not like this, please. Not like that. Not like that. Wait, she's at no health though. Why is she still fighting? It just now occurred to me that... What is... God. Am I supposed to shoot her with the glitch? Is that what I need to do when she's doing that? If that's the case, I feel like, unfortunately, if it's you have to shoot her with the glitch at the end there, that is kind of not a good call. Because if it's shoot her with the glitch, the game has given no precedent or reason for me to think that I should. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm out of energy and she changed phases, I see. Interesting. Interesting that you can change phases this early. That's surprising. Oh. Oh, God. We're... Interesting at this point, we've seen this particular fight enough times now that it does feel like we've actually learned a fair bit in regards to what can and can't happen in it. Intriguing. Oh god. Whoa. Whoa. I don't know why I shot that one that time. Ow! She doesn't really have, she doesn't have a visual indicator for like when she's going to activate the shield again. It's mostly just a timing thing, so you have to just learn the timing, but... Okay, there we go. Not bad. Okay. Oh, I see, you can start that early. Good to know. Oh god. Oh god. Here we go. This is a surprising amount for this boss, because I'm like pretty darn certain this isn't even the closest to the final boss, so. Wait, what? So I did, it's not hit her with the glitch, it's not just shoot her till she goes down. What are you supposed to do with this final section of the fight? Or is it just live? Because if that's the case, why even give her a health bar in the first place if she's just gonna... Why does she have the end of the health bar if she's gonna ignore it? That seems kind of silly. Ow. Why did I do that? Okay. Oh boy. Well, this is awkward. We've been here, I think, like 10 times now. Unfortunately, this boss fight just seems to not want to die. Ow. And when the shield is coming up, you can't actually hit it. I see. Ah, whatever. Just keep blasting. At this point, just keep blasting. What's the worst that can happen? Ow. Ow. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think that unfortunately, I think this boss, the tough thing with it really is just also, man, if you're playing this game in one sitting, like I have, man, it is not a... Okay. Oh, damn it. Man, I hate those bombs. Oh boy. It's tough when you see the same thing. It's like, it gives me that Kingdom Hearts 1 feeling where, like, I'm thinking of the Riku fight where you have to watch a 5-minute, if you lose that fight, it's watching a 5-minute cutscene a second time. Which is absolutely diabolical, by the way. Ow. I do think a chunk of this is a skill issue, but I am wondering why the end of the fight isn't just, okay, when the health bar hits 0, she goes down. So I'm not really sure. I guess I'm not mentally seeing what I'm supposed to. Jump now. There we go. That's not too bad. Okay. Okay, just open fire. Thankfully, we have a lot of our resources and... Oh god. Oh god. This feels like the end of this boss does feel like the... Defeat badass yet. Okay, yeah, so why... How did you do that? What was that otherworldly magic you used to turn off my energy shield? You never know. Now tell me where the skull is, you big oaf. I don't know, I gave it back to its owner since I had no use for it anymore. They left the castle a few hours before you got here. That's great, so now I have to run after another selfish evil bad guy. Where'd they take the stupid thing? They're heading to Foray Noir. Look, Monie, I know giving up isn't your forte, but you should forget all about this and go home. Fairies who travel to that forest never return. Tell me what to do. I'm going and you better stay out of my way. Guards, lock the doors and stay on high alert. I'm going out for a while. I don't think I understand anything that just happened. Not bad. 21 deaths. If you thought I'd never need a break this bad in my life, walking is hard. I can't believe everyone came all the way from Sugartown to give me a hand. But they did insist on following me on my adventure, though I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if they got hurt helping me. Speaking of her, I'm surprised I'm not getting attacked here. I always expected Badassia's town to be full of weapons, knights, and scared villagers. Never thought it'd be this joyful. I was so carefree. I'd be horrified at Badassia's leader. That's it. Must be forced to keep him happy. On the other hand, no, they don't seem to be faking it at all. She only acts good when they're around him. Wait, no. I think badass here could act to think. Your citizens really do like her. What if they agree with her about conquering Sugar Town? Would that make them my enemies? Gosh, I hope not. They all look like good people. I was thinking he was squeezing my brain dry. I want cotton candy now. I'll go get some before I head to Foray Noir. Need lots of sugar in my system to blast my way through that dark blaze. Okay. Oh, might as well keep going, I suppose. That apple's okay, but now I need sugar. She gets some cotton candy before I head out to Foray Noir. I heard that Badassiest town is famous for its candy shops. Okay, is this an actual level, or is it just... Princess Blaney is kind of cute. Well, for a girl that big anyway. What? Ow. Bouncy ball. Doll collector. How much do you want for it? For the hat? Okay. Am I just getting attacked for the sake of it, or... Why are the enemies so aggro? Hello, sir. It's a weird Mr. It'd be funny if you could talk. Hello there, little lady. The name is Mr. Classy. You can call me MMC. You can't talk. I'm a licensed doctor from Splaney's greatest university. Really, there's Splaney University. I suppose that's where they form Badassiest goons. You have a degree in evil scheming planning. Something? How rude. I'm no goon, and even if I weren't, I wouldn't be her evil goon. Prince is but a fragment of our collective government. The knights who serve the kingdom aren't her knights. Splaney may be the face of our continent. She's bound by 9 metaphorical strings. She can't act on her own anymore. Let me give you an example. Our bosses didn't approve of the attack shot on Sugar Town, so you can bet the leash won't stay loose for much longer. Say the princess only possesses 9.14% of the kingdom's power. What is this guy talking about? 1 hour later. That's why I can safely say even if I were goon, it would be her goon. Looks like Mr. Classy lost you with his words. Here's a shorter answer. One of the many citizens in this of this 10% Splaney blooded urban jungle. Not a single molecule of goon in my pure classy Mr. Body. Okay. I do like this. I will say this particular music is pretty good. I do like this one. Oh, this is just a level, I see. Interesting. Say the least, it's kind of fascinating that this level is just a whole level rather than being... It kind of feels odd that this is a level, but maybe it's just because I'm... Whoa. Maybe I'm just a bit surprised that... Maybe I'm a bit surprised by the way this level's working. Oh, it's just 2 minutes. Okay, well, that's not too bad. What is this thing? Think you escape that easily? You're under arrest for trespassing on royal property. Alright, you should arrest yourself for stealing my power. So, another boss fight. Moo. Willow, perfect timing. Moo, run. Ah, yes, we're riding a cow. Meow. Nope. I will say, this game does seem to have a... Oh, God. This game does seem to have a fascination with sections you can't see. Because Okay, can I just say, this game has a fascination with areas that seem to be... Like, you can't see anything in front of you. Like, I don't want to describe it as the Pepsi Man style thing, but it's exactly that idea of... Let's put down an obstacle course you have to memorize, not... Oh, I am just... okay, we're dead. Oh, you can very easily end up behind it. Oh, that kind of sucks. Okay, I see. Yeah, it feels like, okay, I have to just memorize a course rather than actually having to trust my reflexes. It's like, okay, cool, I have to memorize what's ahead of... Oh, God. No, not like this. Okay. This feels like, okay, I have to just know. Oh, I can shoot. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, that was not particularly clear whether I could shoot or not. Ow. Okay, we're so cooked. God dang it. I didn't know I could shoot. I just thought I was like, oh, okay, we're just riding the cow. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, jump. Jump. Oh, my lord. Can I just say, the fact that you can end that, it's so easy to end up behind that. Ugh. Okay, well, okay, that's on me because I just... Yeah, I had to adjust, I was trying to adjust my glasses. That's on me. I know it's kind of odd, but the screen... Oh, the screen shake is for... why is the HUD shaking? The HUD shouldn't be shaking. The HUD should be consistent. Yeah, you can see the... you can see the coin meter is shaking. Why is the coin meter shaking? Because the coin counters are shaking as well as the... Why are they shaking? Ow. Oh, God. Oh, no. Did I... I'm not gonna lie, I was not sure if I lived or died in that one. Well, that didn't help. You know, normally I welcome the breaks in terms of like what the gameplay is asking of me, but I don't think this one in particular feels like a break. It feels more like it feels kind of like a gimmick version of something we've already done, but a little less. My brain did not really put together most of this, I will say. It is interesting to get an auto-scroller at this point in the game, but man, okay, I'm not gonna lie, my eyes keep unfocusing for some reason. Like, I'm trying to focus in on her, like, I'm trying to stay focused on my player character, but whenever I try to focus on the rest of the screen, I'm actually having a hard time. I'm not sure why, though. Is it easier if I play through OBS? It is not. It is not easier if I play through OBS. Understood. God, my eyes are like... My eyes are kind of just like not with it right now. God dang it. Hang on. Let me take a moment because my eyes are like... Ugh. Hang on. Ugh. Okay. Moo, you're saying the ground is fragile at the end of the main street? Moo. So when you get her to follow us there, the ground will cave in. That's a great point. You're the best, Willa. Why does... How does the cow know such things? Why does the cow know about infrastructure? Civil infrastructure is not a thing that cows normally do. Well, I mean, I guess it's reasonable for this universe, but still. Ow. To eat Fatheroid. Nowhere to run now. What's that sound? Wait, no, gosh darn it. Oh, that's a long fall. Looks like I wanted to think about Badassia for a while. Thank you for saving me, Will. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. Moo. Oh, I love you too. I guess. Rare amethyst. Why did she say gosh darn it here, but not gosh darn it anywhere else? So nice to have you with us for the night. We missed you so much. Sure did. Not having you around feels weird. Everything feels less alive, you know? Can't wait for your adventure to be over so we can continue our hide-and-seek tournament. It's due. Thanks for saving me back in Badassia's castle. I really owe you guys. Don't worry about it. You would have done the same for us. Can you tell us about what happened after we left? I know you wanted to pick up some cotton candy, but it took you a while to get back here. Did something happen? Yeah, after I beat her, Badassia chased me around town in a huge robot tank. Will it help me toss her into a big hole in the ground? Anyway, Badassia doesn't have the skull anymore, so I have to find the person who does. Supposedly escaped to Foray Noir. Isn't that the creepy forest south of Sugartown? You better stay alert. There are lots of ghosts in these woods, and if one of them bites you, you turn into a were-ghost. I don't want you to become a were-ghost. Ghosts don't bite, and there's no such thing as were-ghost. Stop making stuff up, Blondie. You know it scares Dentel. Dentel, could you get more marshmallows from the mallow trees? He does this over the cookies. Why are there mallow trees? Hey, Kitty, how'd you get up there? Do you need help getting down? No? Alright, my friends are waiting for me, so I have to go. Good night, and please be careful on your way down. Cat. Interesting. Oh, I see. That's where it is. Understood. Ah, geez, I need to stretch really quick before I keep going. Whew. I'm like, bleh. Oh, man. All right. I think one thing I have noticed about my own playstyle in games like this is that if the only... I think it's an unfortunate circumstance of if the only risk I have when it comes to doing something is that I lose currency. Like, progress is one thing, but losing currency is not really a big deal to me. And I think, unfortunately, because I lose the gold coins every time I die, it does kind of, unfortunately, land me in a particular spot where I don't actually... Because I don't really mind losing money, but it does mean that I have gotten no gold coins in this game so far. But more specifically, it means that we've gotten no buffs. We haven't been able to buy anything from the store. Because everything is 50 coins. And I think the assumption is that you would play through three... I think because... Actually, even by the end of certain levels, I think you would have taken three levels, like, from the first level, second level, third level, until you had enough to get a artifact. And even by then, I don't think it would have been... I don't think... Kind of like, unless you specifically go for that sort of thing, it's kind of hard to get that. It's huge ravine. How am I going to get to the other side? Oh, who are you? Wait. Oh, it's ghosts. Helpful ghosts taking us across the ravine. Alright then. Yeah, you better run. Oh, maybe the ghost heard me say I needed to cross the ravine and helped me. I shouldn't have assumed they were bad guys just because they're ghosts. I'm sorry, ghosts. Hope they heard me. Hold it right there. Whoa, you scared me. What are you doing here? Don't even think about lying. I'm a master of spotting filthy liars. I'm here to find the bad guy who stole my powers and I'm using a magic skull. It's the most convoluted answer I've ever heard, but I can tell you being honest. Well, no one is here beside me, so turn back and we won't have a problem. Why are you being so rude? I don't trust strangers. I lost contact with my business partner. What? Don't get... Fairies are experts at helping people find their way in the woods. I'll go look for your business partner. I'm Monie. What's your name? Kiku Goldor? Not TL. She's wearing a gray hoodie, a blue skirt, and striped leggings. What? Why is she wait, why is she wearing a hoodie in... Okay, whatever. Speed run time, 8 minutes. What? Oh, okay. My brain did not internalize anything I just saw. I see. Again, what are the red and white things? They're peppermints. They're candy. They fill up the blue meter in the top there. They don't really do anything else. Oh, god dang it. They don't do anything besides fill up your meter, which you can use it for the glitch meter, for the glitch shot thing. For the glitch beam. Perish. Seed bullets. I see. Hello. I don't really... I think at this point, I'm like, my brain is definitely having a hard time keeping up with... I think the tough thing right now is I'm having a hard time keeping up with the number of mechanics I've had thrown my way at this point. Because I think at this point, I definitely feel like I feel like I haven't really been able to grapple with all of the mechanical ideas that have been thrown at me all at once. I don't really know what this guy wants to do, but... Alright, stop that. But stop that. Ow. I will say I do like the Halloween style music, but... Wait, what? You know what? I think I've kind of come to a particular conclusion with this game. I think the thing I'm having the most trouble with, in general, with the design of the world and stuff... Ow. I think it's just that nothing is motivated by the background or the foreground. Like all these platforms, it's not like there's we're climbing up a mountain or something, or we're climbing like a large hill. No, we're just climbing space. Like we're going up in the sky for some reason. Which is fine, but it does feel like, okay, how do I begin to... Like, how do I begin to comprehend most... Like, what is motivating the travel? In this case also, okay, there's the purple goo down at the bottom now that I see it, but it's also like, why is it filling with purple? Yeah, it's not, like, again, with a lot of games, it's not like you need to have, like, you know, huge explanations. Ow. But I do feel like 500 gasoline mechanics. I think the tough thing is that it's so many different things to understand in short time that I think it does just kind of overload at a certain point, you know? Like, okay, there's too many things happening all at once. And when you get introduced to a lot of new mechanics all at the same time, I think it can just be a bit tiring after a certain point. Like you get mechanic fatigue, you know? Like you end up inadvertently just getting kind of wiped out because there's too many new things. I think it happens a lot. I think it happens a lot with platformers, though. I think platformer games, this happens all the time. Like, this is the exact kind of thing that I would warn against when it comes to designing a platformer, is overdoing it on this sort of thing. Because you end up making too many different ideas at the same time, rather than making a very strong core set of them. Which I think it can harm the game at a certain point when you have too many. Would it be better if it spread over many levels? I think it would help. I guess funny thing, if I were to directly say a game that does exactly what I'm talking about very well, I would say Little Big Planet is like the gold standard of doing exactly that, because they will introduce a singular mechanic and give you a chance to see it, and then over the course of 5 levels, they give you they like test it out, they show you some more of it. Ow. But more specifically, what they will do is they will very particularly make a show us that you've learned it for the particular mechanic by giving you a sort of like a boss level, but not necessarily a boss fight. Sometimes it's just, okay, here's a much harder variant of the thing you've been shown, right? And that works pretty well. But what they do later is then once you've learned this mechanic, you got it down pat, what they do next is then they introduce the mechanic in a new context by showing you it in a place in conjunction with something else, like in combination, right? And the key specifically is that they're showing you something with the context of other things later, right? Hey, some coins. Pray to the Lord, I get to keep them. But I think more specifically, it's that these levels are pretty, like the levels in general in this game are pretty darn long. So they give you a ton of time to specifically end up learning these mechanics. I think in this game in specific, the problem is that they give you so many of them in a row, though, and it's one level. It feels like, I think if I were organizing a game like this, I probably would say it would be best to make this make this section of the game multiple levels, like individually levels, right? I think I said it earlier that one of the things that I was confused with was how certain sections feel very different in general. Because some parts of this game feel like distinctly separate levels, but they're all stapled together. Did read this is a 2-man made game, I think. Well, that's the thing. I'm not like with any indie game. Like I said it earlier this. Am I wrong? I have no idea. I actually don't know how many people made this game. What I do know with some certainty, however, ow. Oh, I did not want to do that. I didn't want the money. But more specifically, like, regardless of the team, I know this is a small project, but one of the things that I know is that this game's particular strengths, I think this game's strengths are specifically its art style, like having, because it has a very concerted art style and clearly a lot of passion. But I also recognize its inspirations, and that's something that I think helps and harms it. is that I can spot its inspirations from pretty far away. Ow. But I think that the tough thing is if your combination of inspirations is, I won't say bad, but more like if they are paired in a strange way and you grab mechanics from varying places, I think it can end up inadvertently causing friction. I think I've talked about friction a couple times in my in-game design stuff, where it's something where it's like, okay, this is an inadvertent, it's a consequence of a decision made in your game design. And I think in the case of this game, I think its biggest obstacle has been that its gameplay is pretty solid, but I think the number of mechanics it introduces is very fast. But I think I know why now, because I've thought about it over the course of this playthrough. I think it's because the original Super Meat Boy might have done the same thing. Like other games, because this game feels very much like it'd be at home on a website with Flash, right? Which is not like, I'm gonna keep this real. If I say a game looks like a Flash game, that is not an insult. Like, there is no such, like, to me personally, a Flash game is not an insult. It's specifically though that, because Flash games had to, what the heck? What? Beware of the vengeful ghost. If you, it will put you to sleep instantly if you catch you. Try hiding behind tombstones. Okay. Okay. But I think specifically with this game's particular, like I said, I'm not going to say it's a problem, but I would say that it's something that is affecting it, is that its inspirations are kind of specific. And I know that, and the one that I've been kind of like thinking about is that it does feel like Super Meat Boy must have had a very like deep inspiration on this game. Because I think a lot of games that end up more like on the more difficult side of things like this, in the way that it introduces many mechanics and you have to keep track. Okay, push. Oh god. There we go. But I also noticed the other games that are in its DNA. And I think it's one of those things where I think when you're inspired by something, I think you end up inadvertently doing more like that idea if you're chasing that inspiration like very specifically. Okay, I'm gonna try and get this button, but I need this guy to get closer. I guess it's something with 2D platformers, especially, I would say. Oh god dang it. I think 2D platformers especially have this thing where if a particular game inspired them, then it is very easy for that to drive them. Okay, well, we're not going to get whatever the thing opens because we don't have all of it. Oh. There we go. Cow. Oh, poor cow. Oh, that platformer is very hard to see. Oh, that's... Yee. It's good they marked some of these with the, ow. Ball of light. Oh, it's the Zelda 2 thing. Oh, that's cool. Wait a minute. I don't know why, but that just gave me the weirdest feeling of like, oh no. Like the strangest, bizarre feeling of, oh god, please. Tiny, how'd you get past the ravine? A girl's got her secrets, but hey, guess what? There's treasure nearby. This quarter is made to test my glitching skills? What? Whoa. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we're good. Meow. Oh god. Okay, we're good. Okay. I understood part of that. Owie. What am I doing? There. Okay. Whew. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna go much later. I just want to finish this level specifically. Oh no, I wasted the air dash. Man. Oof. Unfortunately, Yoshi can't read. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh wait, I need... Well, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. I need to go up that way. Hang on. Meow. Okay. It's like, I like doing the optional stuff when I can with this game because it is fun to do, but it does also... It drives me a bit nuts at times to specifically go chasing off after certain things because I feel like one of the things that I said earlier that I noticed where some of its other inspirations are, but I also think that one thing I noticed is that they did something that, because I said it earlier, that one thing that they do is that it's this particular jump where you have to, like the idea that you have to specifically know how to drop and jump. Because that's not a particularly common thing, and it's not a particularly common move, right? Oh, wait, there's the thing. Whatever. I keep... that. Unfortunately, the music resets every time you die, so... It does mean that you end up hearing the beginning of the music a lot. Yeah, see that jump right there? You see how that particular jump, the way that you can fall down and then jump? That particular type of jump is actually something that's there's two things that you really only see that in. One is you only see that sort of jump in I think specifically indie platformers are the only ones that do that particular type of jump. But specifically, it's only ones made from like a certain time period. Because there's not, I will say there aren't many mainline platformer games that will do this thing where you jump, you drop and then jump. There aren't a whole lot of mainstream games that do that, and it's specifically like there's a particular, I don't want to say a particular culture to it, but I would say that it's, oh god, you have it. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, I panicked. But I would say that it's a particular generation of gamers and developers who would know that particular... I don't want to say the deep magic, but it does feel like deep magic. It feels sort of like, you know, it's like you were there when it was new. You were there when the tech was invented, right? And that sort of tech is really only a nostalgia thing to people who would definitely know that sort of maneuver. I guess that's the best way I could describe it. It's a nostalgia from a different age because it's a maneuver that you would have had to have learned. And I think that's something that I'm noticing with games like this, where I think that the problem is that I don't think developers truly realize how... Okay, so from what I can see, only Cannon Cows want to see credits, but it's only 2 guys through all this, and I don't know how much beyond that. Yeah. No, I think this game had, like, for 2 people... Oh, no, here's the thing, again. But I will say, for 2 people, this is quite good. There are things, like, what I would want most of all is that I wouldn't want them to do it again. I'd want them to take what they learned from this one, and whether or not it's me or anybody, I just want those 2 guys to know that they did a good job, but also that they're going to... I want to see them improve more than anything. I want them to hone the skills, because that's what I want more. I don't like, even if I have my critiques, it's still at the end of the day, they made a game and it's pretty dang good. it is still pretty dang good. I have my gripes with it, sure, but it's like I wouldn't be like, oh, it's like it's not bad. I'm just like, because there are parts of this that I see where I'm like, oh yeah, I see that moment. Like stuff like the drop jump, right? But it's not that particular thing, to end that thought, it's not as ubiquitous as I think many people like heck, I would have done it too. Because I would have done that exact move. Like if I have a double jump in my game, I would have done the same move, right? Because it's something that I understand. It's one of those mechanics that's like, yeah, of course. But it's one of those things where not many other games teach us that. In fact, I would actually say only the hardest. I remember there's a game with a double jump in it natively that is New Super Mario Brothers, and it's specifically the propeller hat. It is only in the hardest levels of the game do they use it as specifically as you drop down then activate it. And even then, Mario Maker does that stuff, and those ones are inspired by Super Meat Boy and I would say also Hollow Knight takes advantage of this all the time. But Hollow Knight also established a ton of other mechanics before it gets to that point. With this game, within the first few levels, you see that this idea come up, right? Gray hoodie, blue skirt, and striped legs. Are you in that TL by any chance? Depends on who's asking. I'm Monie. Your rude business partner Kiku is freaking out looking for you. She get back to her before she shoots someone. I forgot to tell her I'd be late. I guess sorry you got dragged into this. I'm busy looking for money to pay for college. Didn't notice the time. Imagine how it feels to still be at school in your 20s. That's a depressing thought. Do you have any spare coins? No worries. Money doesn't grow on trees. I get that. I've been working hard all day, and I need a break. What do you say we spar for a bit? It's good cardio and it helps me relax after a long work day. That's a great idea. Oh, wow. Why does she have a laser gun? I feel like apologies. I feel like I somehow understand less about this game's setting now that I see this weapon. Because why does she have dual laser guns? Because lasers? I guess so, but like... she's running around like she's playing paintball, the freaking thing. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Ow. Did I win or lose? Oh, I see. I just died. I died so hard that it just sent me back. I see. I see. I'm gonna guess that if you have the money for it, you can skip this boss fight entirely. I can't aim up like that. I am noticing that her hitbox is only active. It's only active a couple times, so you can't really spam. Like you can spam somewhat, but it's not the same as like I'm thinking like Mega Man spamming, where I'm like, oh, if you hit her every time you hit her, it should trigger, but it doesn't. It's like she has an iframe too. Oh god. Oh god. What? Oh god, not like this. Ow. Whoa. Oh my god. Why? Whoa. Music's pretty good. It just like, again, it feels like the genre has changed so many times with the music. I don't really know what to expect anymore. Oh god. Whoa. 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 Doing pretty good on this one, though, I will say. Defeated Natiel. That was fun. Wow, you're really good at fighting. I didn't know fairies could be so fast. I'll have to go again, but I better get back to Kiku. Or she dies from worry. Talk to you later, Monie. Bye. No, she just turns into bats. Well, that's cool. Whew, okay. Holy Toledo. Whew. Oh, right, there's more level. I forgot. I just forgot there's more level. Hello, friends. Can I... Where were you? Chill, Kiku. I was looking for more coins. Let me guess, for college? That's right, it won't pay for itself. Gosh darn cards. Could you at least warn me before you're going to be late next time? I'd like it to live 4 more years before I get a heart attack. You're cute when you're worried. I told you to ride the bus home, and you're bringing up the bus thing again. I already told you to stay on top of it counts as riding it. Plus, I stayed $4. Limit days to orange tea. See, I told you I'd find your friend. Thank you for saving me another hour of stress. If you girls ever need to rest, feel free to stop by Sugar Town. It's like a lovely place. We'll be there for sure. Okay, see you later. That boss wasn't... I did like the final boss of that area. Sometimes feels like walking is stupid. My shoes are full of dirt. The trees are ugly. Wouldn't mind if stupid Badacia hadn't have stolen my... Why couldn't you steal some of my candy instead? It would have been way simpler for everyone. Dumb princess. People take my stuff, make me so mad, and I hate being mad. Won't stay angry for long though. I'll get my power back, go home and get a nap. After that, I'll play some board games with Brownie, and when we get bored, we'll draw comics on my walls. Why is she taking the rabbit with her? Then I'll go buy some soda Alice and store it poured into my butterfly cup. I'll drink it with my star patterned straw while reading books about plants. After that, I'll pick marshmallows with Dentel to make cookies. What the heck? When we get back home, Annabelle will help us make the dough. The cookies will turn out great. The blondie will eat 6 of them in a row and tell them... What is happening right now? Then in the evening, we'll grill the leftovers on our bonfire while Annabelle tells stories about her past. Probably burn my hands with marshmallows, and I totally won't cry, but she won't have to stop her story to console me. Can't wait to get back home. Okay, I don't know how much more there is in this game. I'm like... So I'm seeing 3 more levels at least. I'm seeing this one. There's the Japanese one down there. There's the Shinto Gate one. There's the manor down there. There's a shrine thing, and then there's that mountain. I'm guessing there's at least 3 more levels, I would guess. I think we'll have to call it now because I think I'm getting sleepy, but I think what we'll do is we'll do this again next time, and if we have extra time when we finish the game, I say win, but if we finish the game next time, I will plan for the Bleakest Keep, maybe. I figured out how to get some lore, but I'm not sure if you know it or not. I know that the notebook, the notebook back here has some lore. I do know there's some lore there. And some of the other areas do have lore. I think more so it's about the primer. It's about having a primer. I feel like this game would have been one where it would have been banger to have an instruction manual go with it or something. I don't know, like, something like small and hand drawn at the very beginning there or something. I'm not sure how to best describe it, but it's like that idea of like like a 4-page little manual of like here's what you need to know, and it's like, oh, okay. But you know, not too bad though. Honestly, I feel like this game is like, here's the thing. Yeah, I found a little guide. I see. Well, and here's the thing. I want to give my like general thoughts on this game up to this point. I think generally, like, the gameplay feels very good. I do actually think as a platformer, it feels quite good. My comparison points are to like Newgrounds platformers and Flash games, but specifically, I would actually say the best of them is my comparison point. And it's mainly because it feels very much like this was a game made for it was made for that era of like Twitch. I say Twitch as in like Twitch, like twitchy, very reflex based platformers of that time. The ones that expect that you will come back multiple times because you want to. Like, the thing I'm thinking of is those like Mini Clip and my personal stomping grounds is Arcade Cabin, where you would load up a game, or Armor Games, where you'd load up a game and you have 30 minutes. This game gets you in, gets you moving, and expects that you know what you're doing, and you're going to be there for 30 minutes. I played it for four full hours, granted, but the game feels like it expects a player who is familiar with the tropes and even the cliches of the time and of that style. And I think it does so by polishing it. It also polishes those things up, makes it more of a home release than being a browser game. And I do appreciate that. I think the music feels pretty, it's all right, but it does feel like it's got a bit of an identity crisis at times. Like, it jumps genres a couple times, and I think there are times where it loops a bit too much. But still good music, I will say. I think the characterization is the part where I'm a bit the most confused, because I don't know enough of the world. I don't know enough of the lore, you know, as it were. Okay, let's go back to the main menu. But I think overall, there's a lot to this game that I think is quite good. And I think the way that it does handle, at least at the very least, when it introduces a new mechanic, it's not something entirely alien. But I think specifically the volume of mechanics it introduces it can be a little bit overwhelming at times. Like, I think if I were designing something like this, I would have pulled back like a mechanic per level and then made the levels individual areas a bit longer to try out that idea. Maybe, I think also some of it is also the levels themselves kind of change form and shape very quickly. And that can also feel at times a bit overwhelming, because we're changing aesthetics a lot. And it does feel like the game is many vignettes in a row. And maybe that's the point. I do reckon that part of it, I can't remember. Did you find any lore in the first level? I found a little bit. I found some things about the story, some things about what was going on with the world. But I feel like I don't know enough. I do feel like, as a person who just started playing the game, I feel like I didn't quite know enough when the story started. And then by the time we got to this point, I didn't feel like I really understood. I don't feel like I know much about the world even now. Like 4 hours in, I don't know how much I can recall, frankly. So I do think it does have some, I would say, concerns with that. I think if you're not in the world already, jumping into this one feels like, okay, you are entering a story. It's like entering a story at like chapter 3. And it's a good story, but it does feel like, okay, without this contextual information, and I would say also without knowing Monie very well, the game doesn't do a whole lot to characterize anybody, because it feels like everybody's it feels like I don't quite have a grasp as to who these people are. And that, I feel like with this one, it's like with platformers, it's generally not as big a deal. So I want to say something, but I don't want to overstep. Like, when you say overstep, what do you mean? Like, is it one of those where it's like, well, you should have seen this, or, you know, there's like a bit I probably... Because again, I didn't open the compendium very often, but it was like... Because I'm playing the story of the game and trying to see what it tells me without... Like, what does the story show me? Like, the compendium, yes, I am probably going to have to sit and read it when I start the game up next time, because I do want to read... Maybe that'll answer my questions. But it's also like, okay, but in terms of the story itself, it feels like, okay, what is going... Because, like, when we first started, I was like, okay, before we got the compendium, it's like, what is happening? That there's something somewhere for lore, but I don't know if the game told you. I don't think so. But I see, I guess this is kind of the... I think this is kind of the thing I was kind of concerning myself. Let me go back real quick. Let me go 26%. Wow. Let me go back to Sugartown. Let me go see. Let me go see. Before we end stream tonight, let me go see. Is it her? No. Monie's house. Is it? Okay, let me go see. Monie's house? Hello, Monie. Toys, loot, puppet skin. I'm very tempted to take this puppet off while I have the thought. Okay. These are the cutscenes from earlier. Dream. Yeah, I don't think the game really told me about lore specific, though. Yeah, there's some place you just sit for 4 seconds and lore bits. Is it in Sugartown? Or because I know that there's the moths, but I haven't... Wait, you know what I just realized? I don't think I remember seeing any of the moths after they showed me that first one. Friend's house. I don't know who this guy is. Friend Annabelle set us up in this house. Can't believe you gals don't charge rent. We don't use money here as long as it doesn't cause trouble to exterior, as long as they want for free. Okay, that's nice. In levels, the butterflies. I see. Well, it's like these moths, right? They said the moths show you the dreams, so... I feel like the tough thing with that, though, is that I didn't see them at all. I don't remember seeing them very often. Dreams, yep. I just don't remember seeing them, because I don't remember finding any of them. Maybe I didn't see them, maybe I wasn't looking properly, but I feel like I just straight up did not see those moths after that first one. So that's a bit unfortunate for me. That's a bit of a shame. But yeah, it's like, I think game's really good. I think it's pretty darn good. And again, also, I think the one thing I will say, making a full release, from what I see, they're tiny or something. I see, okay. But I think this is a pretty darn good full release. Like, the only time we ran into anything that was really game-breaking was that one time when I got stuck because I killed the one guy instead of using him as a gravity well, so that was on me, I think. But yeah, no, that one was like, that was the one time I got stuck and had to reset the level. But even then, that's not that bad. Basically a soft lock temporary. Well, it's like, it's not really even a soft lock, because a soft lock implies that you have to like exit the game. To me, a soft lock is you literally have to exit the game to get out of it. Because the game has a reset in the level, it's more or less just you get stuck and you have to give up your progress, which is fine. I can live with that. All right, so, and there were some, I did point out some minor spelling error things that kind of just had me a little bit like, eh. And the only other thing I had was, I think this game shouldn't swear. It's like, I feel like even Badassia feels like a bit of a stretch, but I understand, but it's also like, eh. So, you know what? Pretty good. I had fun. Here's the thing, even when I interrogate a game like this, it's never that I'm not having fun, it's that I think sometimes with certain games, my objective, either one way or another, yeah, either way. But I think when I interrogate a game like this, it's never so much that I'm not having fun. Even if I sound like I'm like whining or like yapping a lot, and I'm like, oh, it's doing this, oh, it's doing this. I want to make it clear that like most of it is just me wanting to understand more of it and craving more from it. And I think this game did pretty darn good. Foxman critic. Well, it's like, I think the thing I don't want to do is just, I don't want to relentlessly bash something, but I also don't want to blindly praise. Because I think the best case scenario for this game is that somebody sees this video or something and they say, well, that looks pretty fun, and reasonably, I think most people would see my gameplay and say I could probably do it better than him, which is true. I think especially the tough thing is I think at times I am rushing. I rush in every game. Even when I'm playing on my own time, I tend to play lightning fast. Even if at times it doesn't look or feel like it. Case in point, I've been playing that Digimon Time Stranger game, and it feels like I am going very slow, but I am also zipping around everywhere, doing everything in every area multiple times. I do a lot of grinding, and it's fun for me. But I also critique the game a lot because I want to hold the game to a higher standard. But also, for the casual fan, like casual player, this is just a fun platformer that feels like straight out of the 2000s in the browser era. And I think that's fantastic, because it feels like a home release version of such a thing. And that's really cool. I like that. So yeah, good stuff. Also understand where you come from. Yeah. Just like, it's that fine line between being a whiny jerk and somebody who just wants to take games seriously. Because at times I do feel like I kind of I feel like at times I cross the line into just being kind of sometimes I feel like I cross that line, but I don't think it's often, but I'm not a good judge of that. I don't think I think somebody would tell me like, can you like, it's like, what do you like about this game? I have had it a few times where somebody says, so do you like this game? And I'm like, yes. Even if I'm complaining, it's because I'm like, because I want more. Actually, I think Baldur's Gate 3 got the worst of it when I played that the first time, because I'm like, is this it? And I was very mean, because I think the tough thing is, the good thing this game has that other games don't, this game doesn't have a reputation for me. So I was taking it on its terms and as it came. And the thing is, the more games came up that I was like, oh, this is higher up in my list in terms of platformers, I started treating it with the proper amount of respect and standard. Like, it needed to be at a higher standard, because it's clearly playing like heavyweight, right? But like Baldur's Gate, I was like, okay, well, everyone says this game's the second coming, the second approach of like the heavens. So I'm like, all right, I have to hold it to that standard, and that's impossible. Like, the tough thing is, if somebody talks a game up too much, I expect more. So that's unfortunate. This game, thankfully, got to come in and raise the standards I had for it as we win. Which is why I think the Badassia fight kind of felt like that was why I was a little bit frustrated, because it felt like, okay, this fight should not be this hard. But also there were parts of it that I'm like, okay, what am I looking for here? But it's because every other boss fight made it clear, okay, clearly they know what they're doing, and they made purposeful intents. They had intent with their choices, and they followed through. That's why I actually said the maple syrup robot fight, the Arablader, that thing I actually didn't find to be that bad, because it was still like, well, okay, they clearly knew that they were choosing to make this thing, and they made it the best possible version, even if in execution it's only all right, because the core conceit is like, okay, you don't know where the platforms are going to be, and you're running from a thing, and it's just, okay, hit a button. It's still one of the best versions of it. So, and it's that follow through, that intent, that is clear in this whole game. And that's why I'm like, okay, this game clearly is being made by people who have practiced, they knew what they were doing, and they made something pretty darn good. And I'm like, but I want to treat it with the proper respect and rigor, and like academic rigor, you know? Alrighty. I'm gonna, let's see, press the screen blocker. I'm gonna call it for today. Exit the game. All right. Very cool. I had fun. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. Yeah, so schedule stuff. We're gonna do one more stream of Pokemon Legends ZA on Wednesday. Also 4-hour boy. Yeah, I kind of... The only downside with this game is that since it's not windowed, I might put it in windowed mode next time and make it so it's a window capture next time, so I can actually... Because I couldn't properly tab out of the game to send my boy back. That was on me. Could not do such things. But, you know, you know, it's Sunday. It's daylight savings. My boy can show up for longer. It was pretty good. I had fun. Again, I think this game I treat with this respect because it's again also like, this is clearly, to me, this is a peer. This is me being a peer, a fellow game designer looking at another game designer's work and saying, what are they doing, and like what can I do to, like what can I say about this game that would be helpful? Well, like what I want to approach it with the academic side, because that's, to me, necessary. I think overall I really like what they were doing with it. I really like how they did their thing. I do good stuff. So yeah, thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for everybody who came by, couldn't stay to the end. All right, let's see. I was in the middle of schedule stuff. I just interrupted myself. Let's see. Wednesdays, one more stream of Pokemon Legends ZA. We're going to try and finish as much of the Pokedex and the side quests as we can. And I think my objective will be to try and finish the game as much as possible. If that isn't the case, then I think this Wednesday will be the end of it anyway. And let's see, is there anything else? Let me think. Thursday is Kirby in the Forbidden Land, which it might also be the last stream of the replay. We've already done most of the levels of Kirby in the Forgotten Land. We did all the levels. Actually, wait, do we need to replay more? Because it feels, I guess I guess the tough thing right now is that the Kirby and the Forgotten Lands really, we kind of played through all the levels. We, even fought the final boss again. I don't know how much more there is, so I guess what we could do, so we can have a clean slate coming into the next week when we start up 2 of our big series this year. I think what I'll do is I'll make Thursday a secondary Sunday night. So I'll probably do Caesar 3 that on Thursday as a Passover week. And then the next week we will be doing, I think we'll be starting the 2 big games of the year. I also will say I did remember a game for the PS3 that I forgot I needed to play soon. So there's going to be 2 big series on the PS3, and then Sundays are going to turn into whatever the heck I want to do. So, yeah. Awesome. So, let's see. Could probably be in the habit of raiding out more. Because I have been told to do so. By told, I mean I told myself. It's me. I tell myself to. Let's see. Where do I want to go, though? That's the real problem, huh? Brain cell is non-existent. Tired myself out a fair bit. I am wondering if I should raid out or if I should take it easy, because I am like very eepy, as they say. Raid into Foxman, good bean. Foxman? Foxman. Which one? Now there's like multiples. Unfortunately, many people like having foxes as their avatar. I have been tempted to try and draw me. Afraid to myself. I could. You know what's funny is I actually I did have the thought more recently that I realistically could make myself a because I made a joke once that I could have been a tiger in a different life. I might draw what that would have looked like if I was a tiger instead of a fox. Imagine been thinking I might draw myself as different animals just so I can switch between animal forms and different hats and stuff. I think that'd be hilarious. Let's see. Okay, I might just need to go to bed. I'm not good at making decisions. All right. Well, either way, now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.